of facilitating and participating in this abuse over the course of 10 years between 94 and 2004. We've heard from the prosecutors in this case that say that she was a sophisticated predator, somebody who knew exactly what she was doing. And, ultimately this case really hinges for the prosecution on the testimony of the 4 accusers, 2 of which say that Maxwell groomed and recruited them for sexual abuse when they were just 14 years old. They are identified in court by pseudonyms Jane and Carolyn, and those are really, whether or not the jury believes them, will really, I think, end up being, is at the heart of this case. Now, for the defense has been saying all along that Ghislaine Maxwell is a scapegoat for Jeffrey Epstein, that Epstein killed himself in jail, and they're now taking those same sex trafficking charges and applying them to Maxwell unjustly. They believe, ultimately, they've been poking at inconsistencies in the testimonies that were made by some of these accusers back when they spoke with the FBI years ago, and they've been poking inconsistencies and they did that all throughout the trial to create reasonable doubt so that the jury could not believe exactly the testimony that they were hearing from them. They ultimately believed that Maxwell was a scapegoat and that she should be let free on all charges. This jury has been deliberating now for about 15 and a half hours. They have just released a note to the judge asking for more testimony from Epstein's manager of one of his homes, as well as from Jane, one of the main accusers in this case. And they've also let the judge know that they will not be coming to court tomorrow. There was some speculation that they may come to court tomorrow. They will not, so this case will move into next week. And so that'll be day 4 of deliberations.
Okay, so it will be pushed into next week. There's been a couple of questions by the jury, though, Brian, that make you suspect what the conversations are between all of the jurors. They are even asking for the transcripts of those accusers to take a second look at them. What were your thoughts when you heard of these questions that are being asked of the judge?
Yeah, you speak, it's hard to look at one question and try to speculate entirely as to what the jury could be thinking. But experts could tell you, look, they're looking at the accusers' transcripts specifically, which is, from some people will tell you that's pretty good for the prosecution, but for the defense side, they also asked for Carolyn, which is one of the main accusers, for the FBI notes from an interview that she did back in 2007. And that was a big sticking point for the defense, because in that interview, Carolyn never mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell, and there were some inconsistent details there. So I think from that perspective, from the defense's perspective, they say, well, look, if you're looking into what Carolyn may have told the FBI and whether or not it doesn't mesh to what she just accusing them of Maxwell now, maybe that's a sign that perhaps they believe that there's some reasonable doubt there in believing this accuser. So we'll see. We'll see. Ultimately, though, this was all about, from the defense's perspective, they said it was all about memory, money, and manipulation. They believe that these women were manipulated by civil attorneys to try to get money in these cases, and that over time that their memory has been altered about Ghislaine Maxwell's actual, her actual crimes in this case.
Yeah, but I mean, also money being motivated on the prosecution side and the defense side, saying that Ghislaine Maxwell was also motivated by money. I think it was like $30.7 million or something paid out. $30 million. Yeah, paid out during the time period that is of essence for these accusers. So both sides, money is definitely a pertinent issue.
Yeah, no doubt. And the prosecution also brought up here, look, Ghislaine Maxwell, they're saying, look, she got paid $30 million to stay quiet because she was a partner in crime. And the defense looks at the money and says, well, look, your accusers had motivation to go out there and to drum up these accusations because they were getting paid from the Victims' Compensation Fund. The prosecution says, why would these accusers come out in a criminal trial? They've already been paid. They have no motivation to come into court and to put themselves through this. They've already been paid, so money isn't a motivation. But we'll see. It only takes one juror to believe that there is some reasonable doubt for this to be a not guilty charges or a hung jury for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, all right, no doubt on that. Any last thoughts, Brian, as we head into what will be next week and day 4 of jury deliberations?
I just think when we start listening about these 6 charges as an ambulance goes by, I apologize, I think the bottom line is is that of these 6 main charges, there are 3 conspiracy charges that have a lesser charge of 5 years. And the burden of proof there is not nearly as much as it is for these 3 other charges that pretty much would mean that they believe that Ghislaine Maxwell knew that these girls were underage and knowingly trafficked them and recruited them. So I think ultimately whether or not she goes away for at any time or for 5 years, which is the conspiracy, or if she gets sentenced for the rest of her life, will be whether or not they truly believe that she knowingly knew these girls were underage and that there was enough proof to show that they were abused in the manner in which the accusers say they were.
Right, and a reminder that Maxwell did not testify in her own defense, so we didn't even get to hear from her in the courtroom, but she does face 70 years. So Fox's Brian Yennis reporting live for us in New York. I'm sure we'll talk to you again as this case continues.
Thank you.
And that was from yesterday, just giving you some perspective there to let you know that jury deliberations will set to resume starting next week. They're going to take the holiday break there. Hi, everyone. Mike Bache here as we continue to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox, always bringing you the very latest right here. Like I was saying, in about 30 minutes, we're going to break it down here with a sex trafficking expert and really go into depth here in this case, as well as learning a little bit more about sex trafficking and just how it just affects really the whole world here. So we'll have that here in just moments on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to continue some of our highlights from this trial.
Deliberations have begun in the Ghislaine Maxwell federal trial this afternoon after the prosecution and defense presented closing arguments that focus primarily on her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. For some legal analysis, I want to bring in Randy Zellin. Randy, thank you so much for joining us here. I want to start off first with the timeline of this. This jury deliberations starting far sooner than what we all predicted.
And that creates quite the conundrum. First of all, I do believe that the reason why things were expedited the way that they were is because we're coming up on the Christmas holidays. And I have myself been involved in trials where I was hurt by the fact that the jury saw a holiday coming up, and quite frankly, they sped up their deliberations so this way they would not have to come back after the holiday. I can assure you the jury does not want to be deliberating past Thursday afternoon because Friday is Christmas Eve. And I think because of that, the other conundrum is the fact that the government sold this case. 1 billion witnesses, 9 zillion pieces of evidence, the trial that would go on forever, and now suddenly it's over in 3 weeks. And I'm wondering if there is a juror or there are jurors who are wondering what happened to the rest of the government's case. And that's called built-in reasonable doubt when you're looking for more information. So I do believe that that could come back in a weird way to haunt the government.
Yeah, so you're saying the prosecution possibly is going to be hurting from this because at the front of it, they said they have undeniable evidence that the whole jury was going to find Ghislaine Maxwell guilty of trafficking these girls beyond unreasonable doubt. So what do you foresee as the future for the government side of things?
Well, it's kind of like when a judge is talking and issuing a decision from the bench and it sounds like things are going real well, and then suddenly the judge says, but, or the judge says, having said that, so I will do my but, my having said that. And having said all of that, I do believe given the times that we live in, the environment that we live in, the ugliness of the allegations, the fact that the defense really was a matter of, hey, wait a minute, these women are lying because of money. I think that too is a double-edged sword because the testimony came out that, or the evidence came out that Ms. Maxwell got $30 million from Jeffrey Epstein. That's a hell of a Band-Aid or a hell of a piece of duct tape over someone's mouth or over someone's memory. So once again, we see the double-edged sword. So I do believe that there will be a conviction. Again, you had 4 women who were children at the time coming in and stating very clearly what happened to them. I do believe that Ms. Loftus's testimony in terms of their memories having been corrupted, something as horrifying as that, something as traumatic as that, I don't believe that that is going to be something that your memory will be corrupted. They're either believed or they're not. And the fact that Ms. Maxwell did not get on the stand, look the jurors in the eye and say, I've got an explanation for the evidence against me. I think ultimately there will be a guilty verdict, and there will be a guilty verdict sometime between tomorrow and Wednesday.
So you think that Ghislaine not taking the stand is one of the biggest reasons that the defense could quite possibly lose?
I don't believe that it's one reason. I think it's the cumulative effect, but I do believe as I get older and I try more cases, I do believe the jurors do want to hear a defendant say, I didn't do it, or I'm sorry, the government's mistaken. I get it, the burden's on the government, and my client and I could sit there and read the Wall Street Journal or the New York Post during the trial, and we don't have to do a damn thing, but it's human nature. If I'm accused of doing something wrong, someone is going to want to hear me say that I didn't do it. And I think here she really had nothing to lose. Unless she's trying this case for an appeal, or unless she's trying a case for a sentence, if she really was trying the case to get an acquittal or a hung jury, she really needed to get on that stand and look at those jurors and say, I didn't do what I've been accused of, and make those jurors feel that in fact she really is being treated as a scapegoat. Jeffrey Epstein isn't here, he's dead, so let's take next online. And that's something that she could have rebutted, or she could have refuted, and she could have said, listen, think of me what you will. I am not a monster, I am not an animal. I would have, and I did not, and would not have ever permitted any of these things to happen, particularly to a child.
So why didn't she take the stand? You've been a criminal defense attorney in the past. What are your thoughts?
Probably because she couldn't say it without perjuring herself.
Well, the defense did urge jurors to be skeptical of evidence that was presented from the government. Any key takeaways on evidence that was presented in this trial? As we've said, this was very high profile, lots of big names being brought up.
Well, you can really put the big names aside. In fact, the big names, again, could be something that hurts the government, because if these jurors were waiting for some salacious tale of Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton and other high-flying, notable people traveling back and forth with Jeffrey Epstein, they didn't really get it, nor did they get any real high-profile witnesses. What you did have was you had 4 women come in who were girls, who were children at the time, who were minors at the time, and they testified in graphic detail what had happened to them. And the only way to get an acquittal in this case is to accuse them of having been liars, not having been mistaken, not having misinterpreted, but they are stone cold liars who are in it for a payday. So there's really no room for the jury to go. There's no wiggle room. They either believe the women or the women are gold-digging liars. And I don't think the jury is prepared to come back and say that they're gold-digging liars, and that they will give Ms. Maxwell a gold star and send her back home.
Yeah, money being a huge part of both sides, prosecution and defense. Like you noted before, the prosecution saying that money also motivated Ghislaine Maxwell, like you said, that $30.7 million. And mind you, that was during the time period of 1999 to 2007, which was the alleged time that grooming and recruiting was taking place with many of these quote unquote accusers' victims.
And that's an awful lot of money for someone to look the other way. And keep in mind that Judge Nathan did instruct the jury, as I understand it, on something called conscious avoidance, or something that sounds like conscious avoidance, which is simply where you close your eyes to the high probability of wrongdoing. It is no different than me getting a suitcase from someone and being told that if I bring the suitcase from the 29th floor of my office down to the lobby and hand that briefcase over to a gentleman in a black raincoat, I'll be given $5,000. There's no defense to me to say, listen, I didn't know what was in this suitcase. I didn't know that there was a kilo of cocaine in this suitcase. Well, that's because I closed my eyes to the high probability that what I was doing was wrong. So don't be surprised that that's a very easy way for the jury to dispense with the question of guilt or innocence, simply to say, you know what? She wants to pretend that she didn't know what was going on and went like this when all of the stuff was happening. Judge told us that's no defense. Guilty.
Well, we'll see if the defense strategy holds up of Epstein being a quote, master manipulator and him holding secrets against her and inconsistencies in these accusers' stories, that being the main basis of their strategy there. So we know that this trial was a lot shorter than we thought it could be. What about jury deliberations? You think we could get a verdict down sooner than we thought on that too?
Oh, we will, in my humble opinion, get a verdict no later than Thursday afternoon. These jurors are going to want to go home. They are going to want to be able to celebrate Christmas Eve and Christmas.
All right, so that was from earlier with a legal analyst this past week that we brought to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But the development there that happened yesterday, well, they will not be doing jury deliberations today. So it will, in fact, be extended into next week where jury deliberations will continue. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are going to go more into who Ghislaine Maxwell is and a little bit more about her history. And then in about a half an hour, talk to that sex trafficking expert as well. We got you jam-packed this hour. It's all Ghislaine Maxwell related this hour on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you always the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we're dedicating this hour to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. And we know the jury deliberations will continue next week after there will not be any action today. Jury will not be deliberating. They're waiting until the Christmas holiday is over. So that's why we're going into next week, everyone. Let's just break it down a little bit here for you on Live Now from Fox. Give you just a little bit insight into the life of Ghislaine Maxwell. She was a prominent member of the London social scene in the 1980s. She founded a women's club named after the original Kit Kat Club, and was director of Oxford United Football Club during her father's ownership. She also worked at the European, a publication Robert Maxwell had established. According to Tom Bauer, writing for the Sunday Times in 1986, Robert Maxwell invited her to the naming in her honor of his new yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, at a shipyard in the Netherlands. Maxwell spent a large amount of the time in the late 1980s aboard the yacht, which was equipped with a jacuzzi, sauna, gym, and disco. The Scotsman said Robert Maxwell also tailor-made a New York company for her. The company, which dealt in corporate gifts, was not profitable. The Sunday Times reported that Ghislaine Maxwell flew to New York on November 5th, 1990, to deliver an envelope on her father's behalf that, unknown to her, was part of a plot initiated by her father to steal $200 million from shareholders. After Robert Maxwell purchased the New York Daily News in January of 1991, he sent Ghislaine to New York to act as an ambassador. In May of 1991, Maxwell and her father took Concorde on business to New York, from where he soon departed for Moscow and left her to represent his interests at an event honoring Simon Wiesenthal. In November of 1991, Robert Maxwell's body was found floating in the sea near the Canary Islands and the yacht. Soon after, Ghislaine flew where the yacht was berthed to attend his business paperwork. Ghislaine attended her father's funeral in Jerusalem alongside Israeli intelligence figures. Although a verdict of death by accident drowning was recorded, Maxwell has since said that she believes her father was murdered, commenting in 1997, saying he did not commit suicide. That was just consistent with his character. I think he was murdered. They're talking about her father. Ghislaine Maxwell moved to the United States in 1991, shortly after her father's death. She was photographed boarding a Concorde to cross the Atlantic. Maxwell was provided with an annual income from a trust fund established by her father. By 1992, she had moved to an apartment of an Iranian friend overlooking Central Park. At the time, Maxwell worked at a real estate office on Madison Avenue and was reported to be socializing with celebrities. She quickly rose to wider prominence as a New York City socialite. Now let's get into the relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Accounts differ on when Maxwell first met the American financier Jeffrey Epstein. According to Epstein's former business partner, Robert Maxwell introduced his daughter to Epstein in the late 1980s. The Times reported that Maxwell met Epstein in the early 1990s at a New York party following a difficult breakup. Maxwell had a romantic relationship with Epstein for several years in the early 1990s and remained closely associated with him for more than 25 years until his death in 2019. The nature of their relationship remains unclear. In a 2009 deposition, several of Epstein's household employees testified that Epstein referred to her as his main girlfriend, who also hired, fired, and supervised his staff starting around 1992. She also has been referred to as the lady of the house by Epstein's staff and his aggressive assistant. In a 2003 Vanity Fair profile on Epstein, author Vicky Ward said Epstein referred to Maxwell as, quote, my best friend. Ward also observed that Maxwell seemed to organize much of his life. Political reporter that Maxwell and Epstein had relationships with several prominent individuals in elite circles of politics, business, and law, including former Presidents Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, attorney Alan Dershowitz, and Prince Andrew, Duke of York. Maxwell is known for her long-standing friendship with Prince Andrew and for having escorted him to a hookers and pimps social function in New York. She introduced Epstein to Prince Andrew, and the three often socialized together. In 2000, Maxwell and Epstein attended a party thrown by Prince Andrew at the Queen's estate in Norfolk, England, reportedly for Maxwell's 39th birthday. In a November 2019 interview with the BBC, Prince Andrew confirmed that Maxwell and Epstein had attended an event at his invitation, but he denied that it was anything more than a straightforward shooting weekend. In 1995, Epstein renamed one of his companies the Ghislaine Corporation, based in Palm Beach, Florida. The company was dissolved in 1998. As a trained helicopter pilot, Maxwell also transported Epstein to his private Caribbean island. In 2008, Epstein was convicted of soliciting a minor of prostitution and served 13 months of an 18-month jail sentence. Following Epstein's release, although Maxwell continued to attend prominent social functions, she and Epstein were no longer seen together publicly. By late 2015, Maxwell had largely retreated from attending social functions. Now let's get into the arrest and indictment of Maxwell. On December 27th of 2019, Reuters reported that Maxwell was among those under FBI investigation for facilitating Epstein. After his arrest, Maxwell was in hiding, communicating with the courts only through her lawyers, who as of January 30th of 2020 had refused to accept on her behalf service of 3 lawsuits against her. The New York Times reported that by 2016, Maxwell was no longer being photographed at events. By 2017, her lawyers claimed before a judge that they did not know her address. They further stated that she was in London, but they did not believe she had a permanent residence. Maxwell had a history of being unreasonable during legal proceedings. During the lawsuit filed in 2017 from ransom against Maxwell, District Judge John Cody granted a motion for alternative service on the grounds that the plaintiff's efforts to reach Maxwell were persistently thwarted. These included hiring a private investigation firm that attempted service at 3 physical addresses, sending information to several email addresses, and reaching out to the lawyers actively representing Maxwell in another lawsuit who refused to become a general agent of process to relay the information to her. According to court documents from a lawsuit filed by Epstein against Bradley Edwards, a representative for several of his accusers, in 2010, Maxwell had agreed to provide a deposition in the case, but reportedly left the country one day before Edwards was scheduled to fly to New York to take her deposition, claiming she needed to return to the United Kingdom to be with her deathly ill mother, with no intention of returning back to the United States. However, Maxwell did return within a month to attend Chelsea Clinton's wedding. In January of 2020, it was reported that Maxwell had refused to allow her lawyers to be served with several lawsuits in which she had been directly named in 2019 and 2020, including one by Farmer and one from ARROS. While Maxwell's lawyers continued to argue on her behalf against the release of additional court documents, they claimed to not know where she was or have permission to accept the recent lawsuits filed against her. Now let's get into some of the legal proceedings. Maxwell was charged with enticement of minors, sex trafficking of children, and perjury. On July 14th, 2020, the federal judge of the Southern District of New York denied Maxwell bail after determining that her risk of fleeing are simply too great. Prosecutors led by United States District Attorney Audrey Strauss have charged her with 6 federal crimes, including enticement of minors, sex trafficking, and perjury. The indictment charged that between 1994 and 1997, she assisted, facilitated, and contributed to the abuse of minor girls, despite knowing that one of the 3 unnamed victims was 14 years old. As of April 28th of 2021, Maxwell was being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. Lawyers requested that Judge Nathan release her on a $5 million bond with monitored home confinement while awaiting trial. Maxwell's attorney reiterated her request for bail on December 18th of 2020. Her attorneys indicating that Maxwell could reside with a friend in New York City, during which time she would be under 24-hour surveillance as she awaited her trial in July if she was released on bail. She would not be staying with the friend, who was made a secure offer of $22 million to guarantee her presence at future appearances. The bail request will be newly considered by Judge Nathan, who rejected that $5 million bail package for Maxwell in July of 2020. At that time, Nathan had agreed with prosecutors that Maxwell was an extreme flight risk. Maxwell had appeared by video link before a court in Manhattan on July 14th of 2020. She pleaded not guilty to the charges. A naturalized U.S. citizen since 2002, who also holds passports from France and the United Kingdom, Maxwell was denied bail as a flight risk amid concerns regarding her completely opaque finances, her skill at living in hiding, and the fact that France does not extradite its citizens. Her lawyers argued unsuccessfully that she was at risk of catching COVID-19 in detention. The judge set a trial date of July 12th, 2021. On December 28th of 2020, a further request for bail was again rejected by the judge. Maxwell's bail request was opposed by alleged victim Annie Farmer. On January 26th of 2021, a motion by Maxwell's attorneys challenged her grand jury indictment, claiming that it did not reflect the ethnic diversity of the jurisdiction in which the violations of the law were alleged to have occurred. On March 29th of 2021 of this year, U.S. prosecutors added new charges of sex trafficking, a minor, and a sex trafficking conspiracy charge, alleging that Maxwell was involved in grooming a fourth girl, aged 14, to engage in sexual acts with Epstein between 2001 and 2004 at his Palm Beach estate. Maxwell appeared in court April 23rd of this year and pleaded not guilty to the additional charges. She faces 6 counts that include sex trafficking of a minor and sex trafficking conspiracy, in addition to 2 counts of perjury. Maxwell's attorneys have regularly protested about the conditions of her confinement. These include being kept awake by a light shining in her eyes every 15 minutes to deter the chances of her committing suicide, and being denied a sleep mask. One, David Marcus, protested, "There's no evidence she's suicidal. They're doing it because Jeffrey Epstein died on their watch, and that she's not Jeffrey Epstein. This isn't right." In April of this year, U.S. Judge Allison Nathan ruled that Maxwell will face 2 separate trials, one for the sex trafficking charges and another for perjury. In May of 2021, Nathan delayed the trial to November 29th after Maxwell's defense lawyer successfully argued that the sex trafficking charges added in March gave them insufficient time to investigate the new charges and prepare for trial. Maxwell appeared in court on May of this past November. If convicted, she could be imprisoned for up to 80 years. The trial commenced on November 29th with opening statements. 12 jurors had been picked, plus 6 alternates from a pool of 40 to 60 people. So now we continue to wait here. We will have to wait into the new week, next week, for jury deliberations to continue. Coming up in just 15 minutes, everybody, we will be hearing from a sex trafficking expert to talk about not only this case, but really sex trafficking around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay with us, everyone. Ghislaine Maxwell, special hour this hour right here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, yes. Look, the bottom line is that Ghislaine Maxwell, the former girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein, is being accused of being his partner in crime, the lady of the house, his madam, the person who not only recruited and groomed but enticed underage girls to be sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein, and in some cases by her too. She's accused of facilitating and participating in this abuse over the course of 10 years between 94 and 2004. We've heard from the prosecutors in this case that say that she was a sophisticated predator, somebody who knew exactly what she was doing. And, you know, ultimately this case really hinges for the prosecution on the testimony of the four accusers, two of which say that Maxwell groomed and recruited them for sexual abuse when they were just 14 years old. They are identified in court by pseudonyms Jane and Carolyn, and those are really, whether or not the jury believes them, will really, I think, end up being, is at the heart of this case. Now, for the defense has been saying all along that Ghislaine Maxwell is a scapegoat for Jeffrey Epstein, that Epstein killed himself in jail, and they're now taking those same sex trafficking charges and applying them to Maxwell unjustly. They believe, ultimately, they've been poking at inconsistencies in the testimonies that were made by some of these accusers back when they spoke with the FBI years ago, and they've been poking inconsistencies and they did that all throughout the trial to create reasonable doubt so that the jury could not believe exactly the testimony that they were hearing from them. They ultimately believed that Maxwell was a scapegoat and that she should be let free on all charges. This jury has been deliberating now for about 15 and a half hours. They have just released a note to the judge asking for more testimony from Epstein's manager of one of his homes, as well as from Jane, one of the main accusers in this case. And they've also let the judge know that they will not be coming to court tomorrow. There was some speculation that they may come to court tomorrow. They will not, so this case will move into next week. And so that'll be day 4 of deliberations.
Okay, so it will be pushed into next week. There's been a couple of questions by the jury, though, Brian, that make you suspect what the conversations are between all of the jurors. They are even asking for the transcripts of those accusers to take a second look at them. What were your thoughts when you heard of these questions that are being asked of the judge?
Yeah, you speak, you know, it's hard to look at one question and try to speculate entirely as to what the jury could be thinking. But experts could tell you, look, they're looking at the accusers' transcripts specifically, which is, you know, from some people will tell you that's pretty good for the prosecution, but for the defense side, they also asked for Carolyn, which is one of the main accusers, for the FBI notes from an interview that she did back in 2007. And that was a big sticking point for the defense, because in that interview, Carolyn never mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell, and there were some inconsistent details there. So I think from that perspective, from the defense's perspective, they say, well, look, if you're looking into what Carolyn may have told the FBI and whether or not it doesn't mesh to what she just accusing them of Maxwell now, maybe that's a sign that perhaps they believe that there's some reasonable doubt there in believing this accuser. So we'll see. We'll see. Ultimately, though, you know, this was all about, from the defense's perspective, they said it was all about memory, money, and manipulation. They believe that these women were manipulated by civil attorneys to try to get money in these cases, and that over time that their memory has been altered about Ghislaine Maxwell's actual, her actual crimes in this case.
Yeah, but I mean, also money being motivated on the prosecution side and the defense side, saying that Ghislaine Maxwell was also motivated by money. I think it was like $30.7 million or something paid out.
$30 million. Yeah.
Paid out during the time period that is of essence for these accusers. So both sides, money is definitely a pertinent issue.
Yeah, no doubt. And the prosecution also brought up here, look, Ghislaine Maxwell, they're saying, look, she got paid $30 million to stay quiet because she was a partner in crime. And the defense looks at the money and says, well, look, like, you know, your accusers had motivation to go out there and to drum up these accusations because they were getting paid from the Victims' Compensation Fund. The prosecution says, why would these accusers come out in a criminal trial? They've already been paid. They have no motivation to come into court and to put themselves through this. They've already been paid, so money isn't a motivation. But we'll see. It only takes one juror to believe that there is some reasonable doubt for this to be not guilty charges or a hung jury for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, Right, no doubt on that. Any last thoughts, Brian, as we head into what will be next week and day 4 of jury deliberations?
I just think when we start listening to about these 6 charges as an ambulance goes by, I apologize, I think the bottom line is that of these 6 main charges, there are 3 conspiracy charges that have a lesser charge of 5 years. And the burden of proof there is not nearly as much as it is for these 3 other charges that pretty much would mean that they believe that Ghislaine Maxwell knew that these girls were underage and knowingly trafficked them and recruited them. So I think ultimately whether or not she goes away for at any time or for 5 years, which is the conspiracy, or if she gets sentenced for the rest of her life, will be whether or not they truly believe that she knowingly knew these girls were underage and that there was enough proof to show that they were abused in the manner in which the accusers say they were.
Right, and a reminder that Maxwell did not testify in her own defense, so we didn't even get to hear from her in the courtroom, but she does face 70 years. So Fox's Brian Yennis reporting live for us in New York. I'm sure we'll talk to you again as this case continues.
And we always continue to bring you the very latest here with this trial that we've been really trying our best to cover. It's hard always when it's in federal court just because, well, there's no cameras involved right there. I want to give you just a little bit more background into the personal life of Maxwell. And then in a little bit, we will be talking to that sex trafficking expert as well, as we are dedicating this whole hour to this trial. Since at least 1997, Maxwell has maintained a residence in London. In 2000, Maxwell moved into a 7,000 square feet townhouse on the East 65th Street of New York City, less than 10 blocks from Epstein's mansion. Maxwell's townhouse was purchased for just under $5 million by an anonymous limited liability company with an address that matches the office of Jeffrey Epstein and Company. Representing the buyer was Epstein's longtime lawyer. In April of 2016, the New York townhouse where she had lived was sold for $15 million. Following her personal and professional involvement with Epstein, Maxwell was romantically linked for several years to the founder of Gateway Computers. She attended the wedding of Chelsea Clinton in 2010 as Watt's guest. Maxwell helped Watt obtain and renovate a luxury yacht. On August 15th of 2019, reports surfaced that Maxwell had been living in Manchester by the Sea, Massachusetts, in the home of Scott Borgetson, who in October of 2020, due to the publicity surrounding Maxwell, stepped down as CEO of Cargo Metrics, a hedge fund investment company involved in maritime data analytics. Maxwell moved to a remote 156-acre property in Bradford, New Hampshire in late 2019, where she used her former British military personnel as personnel security until her arrest in July of 2020. At the time of her arraignment, federal prosecutors stated that Maxwell was married. She did not disclose the identity of her spouse. In December of 2020, it emerged that she had married Borgerson in 2016. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to be talking to a sex trafficking expert, talking all about not only this case, but really sex trafficking around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. But for this past hour, we've been dedicating it to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and jury deliberations will begin and set to resume next week. But we want to go a little bit further here and really talk about sex trafficking really around the world and get some better insight into this horrible situation that continues, and really every year we hear new information about it. So I want to go to one of the nation's leading experts in sex trafficking right now. This is Kimberly Melman-Orzacco joining us right here live on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. All right. So first off, I know that you've been following this trial. Tell us just really your thoughts on when you hear just every day the updates on it.
Well, initially, when I was first, consulted and looking at the case, I thought it was going to be a challenge for prosecutors. I think that in the media, we sort of take it for granted what the allegations against Epstein and the involvement of Ghislaine Maxwell, but they really do need to show, and in the cases that I've seen across the country, they need to show that she had direct involvement in this human trafficking scheme, that she financially benefited from it, that there was some exploitation on her part. And I think that this was a challenge for prosecutors. I think that's one of the reasons why the jury has asked to hear some parts of testimony and look at the transcripts to really look at the letter of the law and compare that to the testimony that they heard. I've seen so many cases where you would think it would be a slam dunk, but I've seen acquittals come out of those cases, and I have seen also slap in the hand type sentences come through plea bargains, because prosecutors know what a challenge it is to successfully get a conviction in these types of cases.
And I have to ask, too, because of just the background of this individual, Maxwell, as well as what we know about Jeffrey Epstein, and just all the money that has really been with these two people. A lot of people would say, looking at a type of trial like this, that, well, something's going to happen because they had so much money, or they have so much influence that, like you were saying, a slap on the wrist or something like that. Is that a big problem or a threat for this case?
For this case, no. I don't think so, because I think that the prosecutors at a minimum have sent a message that money, influence, power does not give you impunity from the law. I think that it does give her access to skilled attorneys that can successfully navigate and litigate some of these issues and really look at the details of what trafficking is. I mean, I think that another thing that we see is, because trafficking is a hot topic in the media and people like to hear about these cases, we have seen some prosecutors across the country potentially overreach with charging other types of crimes, for example, sexually based offenses against children, as trafficking crimes, even though there are other laws that are definitely more specifically geared toward those types of crime, like sexual assault of a child, statutory rape, things of that nature. So the jury here is going to need to make a decision of whether this was actually trafficking, modern slavery, or whether it potentially fit in one of those other forms of crime, and whether there was an overreach here. But as far as whether their money or power or influence gives them greater access, I would say it just gives them access to better defense attorneys that can help litigate this in a different way.
Very great insight there as well. Now let's just really talk about sex trafficking. You know, if it wasn't really for this case, it's always around Super Bowl time we hear about these sex trafficking stories, but can you really just break it down for us, just how this is happening on such a global scale?
So I think that that with regards to information that's disseminated in the media, we have a lot of misinformation that comes through. For example, that myth that, trafficking increases around the Super Bowl, that's been debunked. The estimates for the number of victims, for the average age of victims, there's just a lot of misinformation, but also we're seeing a growing blame of third parties that have no direct involvement in trafficking, but they're being brought in on civil litigation. And we're talking about large social media platforms, dating websites, we're talking about hoteliers. So I think that as far as a global scale, we do need more evidence-based research on what this issue actually is, the extent of it, but also how to combat it. One of the things and the challenges that I've seen is, we're getting better at identifying what trafficking is through law enforcement and through service providers. But once a victim is brought in and quote unquote rescued, or once she is brought out of that type of victimization, oftentimes there's nowhere for her to go. There's no vocational training, and it's hard for her to thrive post-rescue. So we do need more resources, and we do need to correct some of the misinformation that I think is perpetuated in the media on the extent of this problem, and more so how to combat it in a meaningful way.
And Kimberly, why do you think there is such a gray area when it comes to this? Is it just because it's such a very sensitive topic, and a lot of the times these victims just don't want to speak for obvious reasons? They don't want to get in front of a camera and talk about maybe what they experienced?
Well, we do know that there is absolutely an underreporting issue. We also do know that despite this being a law in some way or form in the United States to combat trafficking since 1911, we only recently started collecting data on that. One of the largest data collections on trafficking is the FBI's Uniform Crime Report, and they didn't collect any data on human trafficking until 2013. So despite this being an issue for a very long time, we are only recently starting to combat it in a meaningful way. But we're also, this has been a systemic problem for over a century. The same statistics that I see, the quote unquote statistics that I see cited on prevalence, I see them in newspapers that were published in 1911, that there are 300,000 victims in the United States. I have literal newspaper articles of that same guess estimate from 100 years ago. So I think that it is been a systemic issue since this topic came to the forefront. And if you look at the history of how it was exposed to begin with, it was an expose that was published in, I believe, 1885 in the Pall Mall Gazette in London, looking at child sex trafficking, and it was very much sensationalized. So this has been an issue of sensationalizing, misinforming, using erroneous statistics since this topic was even exposed to the public. But as far as underreporting, absolutely that is an issue. Victims don't come forward either because they don't think that they will be believed, which absolutely happens, but also because there's a threat of erroneous criminalization of the victim, him or herself. We do see that victims are often arrested for crimes tangentially related to their victimization. And that's one of the reasons why over 50% of states now have what's called a vacator statute to provide post-conviction relief to erroneously criminalize victims, and to say, oh, well, we made a mistake when we convicted you. You were actually a victim. Let's expunge that conviction, and that shouldn't be happening. So when a trafficker is saying, if you report me to the police, you're going to get arrested, not me, there is some evidence to suggest that that's true. And victims are afraid of getting arrested. They're afraid of not being believed and being secondarily victimized either through the criminal justice system or just, by exposing the things that they had to do as part of their victimization.
Very good insight there as well. And, as we continue to talk about this, is there ever going to be a point when there is some hard data where you can really look, or really it'll just always be these random numbers that we hear generated across the media channels?
There are some, PhD educated scholars like myself who are looking into the issue and are looking for evidence-based methods for trafficking intervention and identification. There are some peer-reviewed journal articles that use mostly qualitative data. So those are small studies that involve interviews as opposed to generalizable statistics where you can actually quantify the size of the problem. But they do have some studies, qualitative studies, that talk about the typical recruitment and control methods used by traffickers. And I've written some of those articles myself. So we are, and we do now have a data point on the FBI's UCR to quantify the size of the and scope of this problem. But I think it'll be a number of years before we'll have a hard statistic on prevalence. In the interim, we can do smaller scale studies to test interventions, to test some of the quote unquote red flags approaches of identification. And we can do qualitative interviews of identified victims, asking them, what happened during the victimization? Where were the missed opportunities for identification? How can we combat this issue in a meaningful way? So I think it's important when you are looking at this issue to have a quote unquote victim or a survivor's insight so that they can inform how we're combating this issue, but also having researchers that do have the background and don't have any impetus to be biased, really look at this in an empirical way of how we can combat it and how we can really improve the lives of these women and men after they're identified.
And lastly, I just can't imagine for these victims, what have you learned there about like the mental health coming from a victim to a survivor status? I mean, what does the brain physically change? I can't even imagine how something like that, what they're thinking about on a daily basis, but coming out of that, what that is like for their future and what they can do moving forward. What is that like, and what have you been in your research been able to find?
Well, that is still a growing body of research as well, but we do know that victims or survivors often experience what's called a trauma bond, where they do perceive themselves sometimes as a consenting participant to their own victimization and have a positive view or affinity towards their trafficker, perhaps perceive them as a lover or a friend or a family member. And so having them first self-identify as somebody who is being exploited and as somebody who is a victim is a challenge. But also just getting them out of that mindset and offering them opportunities to thrive. It's not a straight line. It's a roller coaster, right? And so sometimes they will perhaps go back to the commercial sex industry. If it's a sex trafficking situation, they will go back initially consensually because they don't have any other opportunities to thrive and to make money, and so they'll engage in what's called survival sex. But then once they're back in that situation, they're very prone to being trafficked again, and they can find themselves back in exploitable positions. So as far as the mental health and the recovery process, I think it's different for every person. It's different depending on at what age they were trafficked, whether they were trafficked as a minor or as an adult, whether they experienced other forms of abuse. We do know that some victims of trafficking, they experienced other forms of abuse prior to being trafficked. So I think that it absolutely is a challenge. We do need more mental health professionals that have experience in dealing with this issue and some of the challenges that we see. I've seen so many different nonprofits and organizations claim to provide services or want to provide services to trafficking victims because of the funding potentially that's associated with it, but without the fundamental understanding of how this population is different, how they have different needs, how it is, you do definitely need a specialization in order to help people who have been in this type of exploitation. And we do need additional funds. We need a support, training for these individuals so that they are adequately equipped to handle the unique needs of survivors.
And tell us, our viewers, tell us, why are you so passionate about this? What wakes you up in the morning and really gets you motivated to continue your work through this?
Well, when I was an educator, so when I was teaching at the universities, I would always tell my students, you know, if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And I believe that to be true. And I suppose my initial exposure to this was when I was in graduate school, and this was a number of years ago, but I was completing my master's degree, and I was first exposed to trafficking because it wasn't in the news. It wasn't something that we studied in class, and it was a special course focusing on human smuggling and human trafficking. And I thought to myself, I thought of myself as a very educated young lady, but to not know that modern slavery still existed, that there were people being exploited and not being helped, and living out their lives in an exploitable situation and being abused either physically or sexually or emotionally. It just did not sit well with me. And I'm a very much a social justice advocate, and I impress that upon my students, upon my children. And I take pride in I think being a voice for people who don't have a voice or might not have as far of a reach as my platform is at present. But it's definitely, we need more people that really do care about this population. It isn't about money. It's about actually caring and wanting to make a measurable impact. And I think that there are a lot of those people that are passionate about this topic, are passionate about helping children who are being hurt or abused, but we need to do it in a very a well-formulated way that actually has an impact. So, you know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We want to make a difference in a meaningful way, and we want to make sure that survivors have a voice and are heard. And, you know, I want them to have the kind of platform that they can expose what's going on and the challenges they face.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your passion and also your insight, and also clearing up some of those misconceptions as well right here on Live Now from Fox. We totally appreciate it, and we invite you back on anytime.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
No problem. All right, everyone. We are going to continue to always bring you the top stories, headlines from across the country. When we come back, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break, and we'll be bringing you the very latest. Live look right now at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, where people are gearing up for Christmas holiday and getting on those flights to be with their family and friends. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Quick 2-minute break. And we continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. We're taking a live look at Minneapolis right now, the airport there where people are getting in line to go where they need to be this holiday season. And also checking in right now, Chicago's famed O'Hare International Airport there as well. We're keeping you all in the mix, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today. All right, everyone, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country, and we wait for breaking news. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you. Also, keep in mind, jury deliberations will continue today for Kim Potter trial. Now, this is the last day before a holiday break where there could be a verdict or possibly a deadlock situation where we would have a mistrial because of a hung jury. So everything is in the balance right now. Stay with us here. We will be giving you these Kim Potter updates as we get them today right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to show you from yesterday, President Biden talking about supply chain issues and what to expect in 2022.
Our economy's made this year, and how my administration will continue to tackle the cost increase that American people are facing. In the end of 2021, with what one analyst described as the strongest first-year economic track record of any president in the last 50 years, nearly 6 million new jobs, a record number for a new president because of my staff and my cabinet. Unemployment down to 4.2%, 3 years ahead of the predicted time it would take to get to that number. Applicants for new small businesses up 30% compared to before the pandemic, and the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years. There's more as well. Today, America is the only leading economy in the world where household incomes and the economy as a whole are stronger than they were before the pandemic, even accounting for price increases. The economy I inherited nearly a year ago wasn't just in crisis, it wasn't working for working people. I told you that's the reason I ran. It's about time the middle class and working class people got a shot. Year after year, economic growth was too low, wages for the middle class were stagnant, and the number of people starting new small businesses was declining. Over this year, we've acted, from the American Rescue Plan to the bipartisan infrastructure law, to change this trajectory, to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and to finally give, and by the way, when that occurs, wealthy people do very, very well. We're not trying to punish anybody. They do very well. Working people in this country, the wages and benefits they deserve, is about time they start to see it. Create an economy with more innovation and faster growth. And we're making progress. We got a way to go, we're making progress. Still, top of mind for me is what is top of mind for so many families, the pinch of prices and the cost. Look, addressing these costs has been and will continue to be my top priority the entire administration. And the way to do this is not to slow down our economic turnaround, not to step back from all this progress, but to build on it. We can and we will address prices by expanding productivity capacity in our economy so we move more goods to market, get more Americans working, encouraging more investments in innovation, and making sure American consumers see those benefits at the store and at the pump when they go to fill up their cars. Let me describe 3 specific areas I'm focusing on. First, supply chains, and I owe a lot to the people, the business people on this call, on this Zoom. Earlier this fall, we heard a lot of dire warnings about supply chain problems leading to a crisis around the holidays. So we acted. A lot of recommendations of the people that you see on the screen here. I wish we were all able to do this in person. We brought together business and labor leaders to solve problems. And the much predicted crisis didn't occur. Packages are moving, gifts are being delivered, shelves are not empty. Experts in this field look at 2 statistics for retail inventories, which is how many good retailers have on hand, and on-shelf availability, which measures how many goods are actually on the shelves there to be purchased. Today, retail inventories are up 3% from last year. Inventories are healthy. And on-shelf availability before the pandemic was about 91%. Today, it's at 90%. 90%. I'm sure you can go and find some shelf where it's empty because a particular sort of gifts are very popular. I don't know. But 90% availability. And delivery times this season for FedEx, UPS, and the U.S. Postal Service are faster than before the pandemic, even as Americans have purchased a record amount of goods. This is in part due to the progress we've made at our nation's ports, which are now moving historic amounts of goods. You know, after working with our administration, the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach have nearly cut in half the number of those great big containers you see sitting on a dock for more than 8 days. This is striking progress since November. In fact, right now, the number of containers moving through our ports is higher than ever. It's because we've sped up, because when I sat down and talked with the folks running the ports and the longshoremen, they agreed to speed up every step in the process. The ports, the trains, the trucking. My bipartisan infrastructure law, there's $17 billion to speed up and modernize our ports. And tomorrow, the Department of Transportation is going to announce over $200 million in grants to ports nationwide. And we're making significant investment in freight rail as well. And we're also working to unstick bottlenecks between the ports and the stores by getting more trucks moving all around the country. We've heard a lot about the need for more truck drivers, and it's real. And we've gotten to work to address that. For example, I see Marty Walsh, my labor secretary. Marty, you've done a hell of a job, pal, cutting the red tape so that companies can set up registered apprenticeships for truck drivers in 2 days instead of 2 months, which it was before you took over. These apprenticeships are going to help new drivers get trained better and faster and help companies retain drivers in a field that has a lot of turnover. So I'm eager to hear about the new partnerships with trucking companies and states to get more truckers on the road and into good-paying jobs. We also need to build resilience into our supply chains. We can never again be left vulnerable the way we were in the early days of COVID-19. One important way to do this is to make more things here in America. That has been a goal of mine since day one of my administration. We've added more than 300,000 U.S. manufacturing jobs, more than 300,000 added since I took office on January 20th. And we're going to keep at it because the more of what we buy in America should be also made in America. The second area protecting American consumers. Take gas prices. Months ago, I saw oil production wasn't keeping up with the demand as the world started to get moving again, which could drive up prices.
All right, those were just some of the remarks there from President Biden from yesterday. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today as we continue to look at people getting ready for their Christmas travel, holiday travel. Right now, a live look in Minneapolis right now, and then we go to the other one that we have here for you in Chicago, at Chicago's famed O'Hare International Airport, that you've seen travelers getting ready to be out there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. We are going to continue to follow the Kim Potter jury deliberations set to begin once again in about 45 minutes. This is just about, well, they'll have the last full day for themselves before the holiday, and they'll be off Friday and then come back on Monday if they still don't have anything. But we'll wait and see. You know, there's reports there that the jury is deadlocked and we might have a mistrial there. So a lot to be breaking down in the Kim Potter trial. We'll get you some updates here in just a bit, right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up, a 2-minute break. We're back out here for you live on Live Now from Fox, about 45 minutes away from the jury to once again resume deliberations in the Kim Potter trial. I want to go out to my colleague, Daytona Everett, who talked to Fox 9's Paul Bloom yesterday on really how there was really no action in the Kim Potter trial yesterday.
And Fox 9's Paul Bloom joining us live from Minnesota. Paul, another day, still no verdict.
Radio silence today from the courthouse, Daytona. We've been staring at that clock you showed your viewers on the way to break there most of the day. Also got a couple shots of the courtroom seal, but beyond that, nothing. Late yesterday, of course, we got a couple questions from this jury. They wanted to handle the gun. Kim Potter's gun was zip-tied in an evidence box. They wanted to kind of hold it. As we understand, the judge gave permission for that. And then obviously the other question, and much more significant question, was that they were struggling yesterday to reach consensus and seemingly to indicate there was at least something deadlocking this panel of 12. And without hearing anything from them today, nothing but to assume that they're still stuck on something here. Of course, Kim Potter facing 2 charges. They need unanimous verdicts on both counts. And frankly, we just don't know. Only the 12 people in that deliberation room know what's happening on the 18th floor of the Hennepin County Government Center. And at this point, we've got nothing. And we've got Christmas Eve and the Christmas weekend looming just now a day or two away. So we're just, like all of you, waiting word from the courthouse.
So, Paul, we had up on the screen right there what Kim Potter is facing right now, 2 different charges. Let's kind of go into that. She is facing 15 years in prison at this time, right?
That is the max, the statutory max on manslaughter 1, more appropriately just based on sentencing guidelines and my knowledge of the case. If she were convicted on that top count, the standard sentence is 7 years. With somebody with no criminal record. But of course, the state here, if they do get a conviction, they have put in a motion for an upward departure, so taking it up beyond those 7 years, so perhaps bringing 15 into play. I have no idea. But first and foremost is getting a verdict. Of course, first-degree manslaughter involving recklessness with the handgun. And then the second count, manslaughter in the second degree, that involves creating sort of her being culpably negligent, creating, not meaning to, but creating a dangerous circumstance that obviously led to the death of Dante, right? So 2 counts. This jury's deliberated. We don't know if they're stuck on 1 count, both, if it's 6-6 or if it's 11-1. We just don't know.
Right, exactly. Like you said, there's 12 people on this jury. There's 6 men, there's 6 women, there's 3 people of color. And yesterday there was thoughts that maybe they're deadlocked and that they wouldn't be able to make a decision, even asking the judge about that. Well, let's say they do make a decision because, Paul, we talked yesterday, tomorrow is kind of their last chance before the week ends. They're not going to be doing deliberations on Friday for Christmas Eve. What's kind of the procedures that are in place right now? There's going to be press conferences, right, that are set up. Everyone's kind of on hold right now.
Right, those press conferences, we know the Attorney General's office, who's prosecuting the case, is prepared 30, 60 minutes after a verdict to speak, but obviously that very much depends on what Judge Chu decides, and it really is Judge Chu's decision. Now, she did tell these jurors during jury selection, I think at the very beginning as well, she repeated herself, but that they would not deliberate if it came to this over Christmas Eve, which is Friday. It is the county holiday in Hennepin County, the day before Christmas, the 24th. And she told them at that point she would send them home and have them come back the next week. Now, just from an analysis perspective, I find it hard to believe that she would actually do that, and that these jurors are sequestered. They haven't gone home. They've had limited contact with the outside world. Their family members, they're in a hotel. They deliberate amongst themselves. If you send 12 home, you know, the pressures, the conversations, where have you been for the last 3 weeks? The Potter trial comes up. I just see the potential for jurors becoming tainted. So the question is, if they go another 8-10 hours tomorrow, and you're talking 40 hours of deliberations through the week and no verdict, is that when Judge Chu finally calls a mistrial, a hung jury? We just don't know. I will tell you, court administration, the folks who kind of organize the courthouse around the judge's decision, has started planning for contingencies that there could be deliberations into next week. But again, that is not at the order of Judge Chu. My understanding from sources at the courthouse is they are just preparing for everything, but again, prepping for the potential that jurors would indeed come back next week to potentially finish the job.
Paul, just to clarify, because we've been saying that the jury is sequestered right now, so they would be able to go home to their friends and family for the holidays.
No, and yes, they are sequestered right now, but she had promised them as they sat and they worried, right? The jury selection was a month out before Christmas. She had promised them that if they reached that point, they would be allowed to go home. And that's why I'm saying if she does stick to her word and releases them and sends them home, all of a sudden this sort of lockdown situation of these jurors, they have no control over conversations, what happens,
right.
Family gatherings, celebrations. So no, she would have to basically lift her sequestration order to allow them to leave over the Christmas holiday, which we have understood that was her thinking. But again, there's still another full day of deliberations likely to come tomorrow before we start really locking that potential in, but just something to keep on the radar as we look ahead.
Got it. So that's yet to be determined at this time.
Yet to be determined, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, anything else to be noting going into tomorrow?
No, I mean, again, I wish we could provide more. We've had pool reporters inside the courthouse. We've just gotten a couple notes that they saw Aaron Eldridge, the Assistant Attorney General prosecuting the case, kind of taking a lunch break. Matthew Frank, the lead prosecutor, stretching his legs. But literally, we've had no other updates, not a single peep, not a sign of this jury, not a sign from Judge Chu. So absolutely nothing. Wanted to kind of hold it as we understand it.
All right, so that was from Fox 9, Paul Bloom talking yesterday to our very own Daytona Everett, talking about how there really was no action yesterday. Jury continued their deliberations and no verdict was reached. What will happen today? We continue to wait for that. Coming up at about 30 minutes, the jury will be back in session deliberating. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll play out some of the highlights when Kim Potter was on the stand. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Last hour, we had full Ghislaine Maxwell coverage for you. This hour, it's all about the Kim Potter trial. What will happen next? Will we have a verdict, or could it be a possible mistrial with a hung jury today? You just don't know, and we'll wait. Right, more coming up on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. We are back for you live, raw, and always direct right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we continue to bring you the top stories, headlines from across the country, and, of course, breaking news all in the mix right now. We're about 30 minutes away from jury deliberations to continue in the Kim Potter trial, and we'll break in with any news that we have throughout the day, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. But while we do wait for jury deliberations to continue, let's show you some of the highlights when Kim Potter was on the stand.
With respect to the tasers, there's been evidence about signing some forms on warnings. Do you remember signing those forms?
In our annual training, we would be handed a form to sign, and I would sign it.
And do you remember the warnings on them at all?
Not from those days, no.
And with respect to weapons confusion, was there ever any training, actual training about weapons confusion as you remember it?
No.
Did you even know what weapons confusion was before?
Yeah.
Wait till I finish the question. Before April 11th?
It would be mentioned in training, but it wasn't something we physically trained on.
And by that you mean what?
There was no training on weapons confusion. You wouldn't be set in a dark room and told to grab which weapon.
So I'm going to go now to April 11th, 2021, a Sunday. And you surely remember that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were an FTO that day for Officer Lucky?
Yes, I was.
And that day, what time did you go on duty?
6 a.m.
And was Lucky on duty at that time too?
Yes.
At about, what did you do during the morning? If you remember, did you just do drive around police work?
We just did police work. We would have checked a squad car if we wouldn't have had calls right away.
It was a Sunday.
It was a Sunday.
So approximately around 2 o'clock, did you pull up in back of, or not you, Officer Lucky was driving the car, right, the squad?
Yes.
And you were the FTO. Where were you seated in the car?
In the passenger seat.
And tell the jury what you remember about first seeing the white Buick on that day, approximately 2 p.m. And talk slowly.
Officer Lucky and I were driving south on Zane Avenue North. We were talking about pursuit policies, doing some regular FTO training, and he observed a vehicle in the turn lane with a blinker on inappropriately.
And was that the white Buick?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with him about that?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
We discussed a little bit of suspicious activity. He noticed a pine tree or air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, and the tabs were expired.
And did you stop that vehicle?
Officer Lucky wanted to stop the vehicle, yes.
And let me ask you sort of a hypothetical. If you had been working alone that day on Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock, would you have stopped the vehicle for...
Objection, relevance, false speculation.
I can't even finish the question, Your Honor.
All right.
That's not fair. It's simply, they know how to try a lawsuit, I would think.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
My question was, if you weren't with a field training officer that day and you were on patrol alone, would you have stopped that vehicle?
Most likely not.
And why not?
An air freshener to me is it's just an equipment violation. And during the COVID times, the high COVID times, the Department of Motor Vehicles was so offline that people weren't getting tabs, and we were advised not to try to enforce a lot of those things because the tabs were just not in circulation.
Okay, but you did stop the vehicle, right?
Yes, part of field training is that my probationer would make numerous contacts with the public throughout the day.
And what happened after the stop? If you remember, go ahead.
Before Officer Lucky stopped the car, he ran the vehicle, confirmed that the registration was expired and that the registered owner had a petty misdemeanor type warrant for some type of drug offense.
And that was the registered owner of the vehicle?
Yes.
So after you did that while you were still in the squad car and not?
Yes, it's part of the multitasking that a probationer will have to do, is run a vehicle license plate, call into dispatch, and initiate their lights.
Okay, and try and talk a little slower. I know you're probably nervous, but I'd like to get all this in. All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you stopped the vehicle, is that right?
Officer Lucky initiates the traffic stop.
And what happened after he did that?
The vehicle stopped kind of in an entrance to the church on 63rd, and he got on the PA and told the vehicle to pull ahead just a short distance.
Was that because he was parked in the driveway of the?
Yeah, and I think there was a vehicle trying to come out, as I recall.
Okay. What happened next?
Officer Lucky and I exited our marked squad car. Officer Lucky walked up to the driver's door, and I stood at the right rear corner of the white Buick.
So you did get out of the car?
Most definitely.
And why did you stand where you were standing?
Part of it was so I could see where Officer Lucky was, and to provide cover to see what else was in the vehicle.
In your experience of 26 years and being a patrol officer all those years, is stopping any vehicle at any time that you don't know, does that be considered a dangerous situation?
Yes.
Why?
Sometimes there's guns in the car, sometimes there's uncooperative people. You don't know who you're stopping.
Yeah, that's because you don't know, right?
Right.
So while you were standing there in the rear of the vehicle, did you hear what Officer Lucky said?
I could hear parts of the conversation. He didn't seem to be in any distress when he was asking questions. He took out his notepad, and it looked like he was writing down something which would end up being a name and a date of birth.
Okay, and after he did that, did you two go back to the squad car?
Yes.
And at some point in time during the stop or right after it, did Officer Lucky do anything in connection with obtaining another squad car?
Yes, he called for a second car to come.
What is that about? What?
It would just be a backup officer. The registered owner had a warrant of some nature. It wasn't a bad warrant. It was just a regular petty warrant, which would still, you'd want a second officer. Or I guess in this case, a third officer. Officer Lucky and I are considered only one officer.
And why are you and Lucky just one officer?
Because he's in field training and he's a probationary employee.
All right. So did the third officer, Officer Johnson, arrive at some point in time?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson arrived.
And was that before you looked up in the computer about this driver of the vehicle, or after?
I don't know exactly when he arrived. I know Officer Lucky and I were Officer Lucky and I were discussing running the name he was given through some various systems.
Okay, and did you do that, you and Officer Lucky?
Yes.
Was there any correction that you told him about during this time that he shouldn't have put the name in one?
He had gone to the Minnesota, because the driver didn't provide him with any government-issued ID. He would have to verify some information to run him properly in our system through TriTech. So you run them sometimes through Minnesota DVS with just a name and a date of birth. It'll give you a Soundex hit on various people with that either same name or common name with a date of birth.
So did you correct him on that?
We were talking about, I don't know if I corrected him on it, but...
So what happened after that?
He would copy the OLN, which is a driver's license number, off the screen and then put it into our TriTech system, or CAD, and that would run him through the state for driver's license and warrants and other hits.
And did you find anything about the driver?
The driver came back with a suspended driver's license, gross misdemeanor, bench warrant for weapons, and a protection order.
So a gross misdemeanor for weapons ordinance What went through your mind, if anything, when you read that?
It would be concerning that there'd be a weapon on the person or in the vehicle.
And why would that be?
In my experience over 26 years, I have found guns in cars, either by accident or by them just being sitting out in plain view.
And what about a person with a weapons warrant?
They're more likely to be carrying a weapon or have a weapon access to them.
So, what about the temporary, was it a temporary restraining order that came up? Was that it? Or?
Yeah, I think they're called ex parte orders. It would be a temporary protection order until the parties would either have a court hearing in front of a judge to make it a permanent order.
And there would be a name of a female on that?
Yes, there was.
And was there a female in the Buick or in the automobile that was stopped?
Yeah, in the front. Yes, in the front passenger seat.
So after you learned that, did you also learn something? Did Officer Lucky tell you something about drugs or marijuana?
When he initially got back to the car, he told me there was a obvious smell of marijuana and some seedlings or shake residue on the center console and inside the vehicle.
Okay. So with all of that information, what did you do next?
We told Officer Lucky explained to Sergeant Johnson what was going on.
Where was Sergeant Johnson? Was he in your squad car?
He was standing at my passenger door.
Go ahead.
And Officer Lucky was explaining to Sergeant Johnson what was happening and what he wanted to do. Officer Lucky only told Sergeant Johnson that he had a warrant, and I told Officer Lucky that he needed to tell Sergeant Johnson what the warrant was for. A weapons violation warrant would be cause for care and concern.
All right. And after that conversation, what happened, if anything, next?
We got out of the vehicle. Sergeant Johnson was going to the passenger side. And
Excuse me, don't mean to interrupt you. Back up a little, I'm getting ahead of me. What was the plan when you got out of your vehicle with Lucky and Johnson was outside? What was your plan?
The plan was for Officer Lucky to get the driver into custody for the warrant, and we'd further investigate with the female who she was and if she was the petitioner or the subject of the restraining order.
Were you required by policy and law in learning about that warrant to arrest the driver of that car?
Yes, it was an order of the court.
And with respect to the restraining order, or whatever you called it, did proper police procedure that you knew of for 26 years required to find out who that lady was?
Yes.
And why would that be?
It's my duty to find out who she is to make sure she's not in harm's way. There's been times when that hasn't happened and somebody has ended up killed because that wasn't followed.
So now we're at the Buick. It's a Buick car, white car?
It's a white car.
And now we're at the white car, and you three went up to it, correct?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson went up to the passenger side.
Go?
He went up the passenger side to provide cover.
And what does provide cover mean?
Keep an eye on the occupants of the vehicle and just to monitor what's happening outside in the world. See if people are walking up on you or things go wrong.
And where were you located?
I was towards the left rear corner of the car.
And where was Officer Lucky?
He was advancing to the driver's door.
And how, by the way, before this, how long had you known Officer Lucky?
I think we were on our 5th shift.
And he was pretty new arrival, was he? Or?
I believe he was in second phase maybe, but he had been a police officer before.
Okay, what does second phase mean?
He wasn't in his initial 4 weeks, he was in the start of his second 4 weeks.
And you testified you knew at least back then that he had come from another police department, correct?
Yes, I think he worked at 2 previous agencies and he was an explorer.
Okay. Now let's go back to when you three arrived at the white car. We've already said where you're located. Officer Lucky was at the driver's door, is that right?
Yes, he would have been standing behind the post between the driver's door and the rear passenger door.
What do you mean by that, standing behind the post?
He wouldn't have been directly in front of the door because that would be an unsafe approach.
And was this a warm day? Was the window down? Remember?
I don't know if the window was down or not.
Okay. But in any event, where were you standing again?
At the left rear corner.
And did you hear what Officer Lucky said?
Yes, I heard him ask the driver to step out of the vehicle a couple of times.
And did the driver step out of the vehicle finally?
Finally, he asked Officer Lucky a couple of times what was going on, and Officer Lucky said he would explain to him.
When he got out of the car?
Yes.
And so did the driver get out of the car?
Yes.
And what do you remember happening next?
Officer Lucky had him turn around, and I think he was still asking what was going on. Sergeant John.
Who's he?
The driver.
Go ahead.
And Sergeant Johnson and Lucky told him he was under arrest, and I told him he had a warrant.
Okay, so who said he was under arrest first?
Sergeant Johnson, I believe.
And Sergeant Johnson testified here. You remember that?
Yes.
And after he said that, did Officer Lucky say he was under arrest too?
Yes.
And you heard that?
Yes.
And what did you say then?
I told him he had a I told him he had a warrant.
You just said warrant?
I think so.
Did you specify what kind of warrant, if you remember? If you don't?
I don't think I would have. It wouldn't have been in my normal.
Okay, so what happened after Johnson and Lucky said you're going to be handcuffed or you're under arrest, and you said that there was a warrant? What happened next?
Officer Lucky had him put his hands behind his back, and I noticed that in the driver's right hand was something. It was paper or something, and I took it out of his hand and had it in my left hand.
And you had that in your left hand?
Yes.
And then what happened next? Strike that. When you did that, I take it you got closer to the driver?
Yes. I reached into the driver's hand and took out what he had in his right hand.
Right hand or left hand?
His right hand, and I held it in my left hand.
Okay. And what happened next?
Officer Lucky started to say something about, don't do that, don't tense up, stop doing that. And then it just went chaotic.
What do you remember happening after that?
I remember a struggle with Officer Lucky and the driver at the door. The driver was trying to get back into the car.
Well, he was trying to get back in the car. What did you do?
I went around Officer Lucky as they're trying to get back in the door. I'm between the door and Officer Lucky and the driver. And the driver's getting into the car.
And what happened next?
They're still struggling, and I can see Sergeant Johnson and the driver struggling over the gear shifts, because I can see Johnson's hand, and then I can see his face.
And you knew Johnson for many years before this, is that right?
Yes.
And by looking at his face at that point in time, what did you interpret it to mean?
He had a look of fear on his face. It's nothing I'd seen before.
Did you say anything when you saw this? What did you do?
We were struggling. We were trying to keep him from driving away. It just went chaotic. And then I remember yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and nothing happened. And then he told me I shot him.
Can you proceed, or do you?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. After the driver said you shot him, Do you remember what you said, or do you? If you don't remember, did you look at the video and see what you said? Or do you actually remember what you said? I guess is my question. Not with help from a video.
I don't remember what I said.
And what do you remember next, if anything?
They had an ambulance for me, and I don't know why. And then I was at the station. I don't remember a lot of things afterwards.
Do you remember saying something about prison?
No.
If you did say that, do you have any idea now why you would say that?
No.
Was the climate back then about police officers a little rough?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
All right. You don't remember saying it,
No.
and you don't know why you said it.
No.
Do you remember the response that our Sergeant Johnson or Major Johnson gave you?
No.
And when next do you remember what happened, if anything, if you remember?
I remember getting an ambulance, and then I was at the station.
Okay. And you remember being in the ambulance, arriving at the station?
No.
You don't remember the
No.
station?
I remember getting to the station.
Once you got to the station, do you remember what happened next?
The next thing I remember is Officer Fricky was in the room with me
And where were you located? Do you remember that?
in the front office.
Okay. In the front office room, do you remember, were you sitting down, standing up?
I was on the floor.
And after that, at some point in time, did your husband show up?
Yes.
At what time do you believe, from back there, April 11th, at what time do you believe that your memory came back to you?
Probably when my husband got there. So much of it is missing.
After that night, and for the last few months, have you been in therapy?
Yes.
And did you still work as a police officer there?
No,
Did you quit?
I did.
And this was your career?
Yes.
And when did you quit?
A day or two after the incident.
And why did you quit?
There was so much bad things happening. I didn't want my coworkers, and then I didn't want anything bad to happen to the city.
And did you own a home in Anoka or Hennepin County at the time?
Yes.
You and your husband?
Excuse me.
The objection is relevant.
The objection is overruled.
Did you own a home, your family home, for years past?
Yes.
And did you sell it?
Eventually.
Before you sold it, did you move out of the state?
Yes.
And do you now live out of state?
Yes.
We have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm done, Your Honor.
All right, so those were just some of the highlights here as we were talking about the Kim Potter trial. Deliberations will be beginning pretty soon here, and we'll be bringing you full coverage, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back after a short break, we'll talk about how Some Democratic cities right now are quietly not talking anymore about defunding the police. That is after violence continues to spread out across the country. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll have it for you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We appreciate you joining us here in just a little bit. The Kim Potter trial will continue. Jury deliberations will continue in that case, and we'll, of course, bring you the very latest of all of the developments, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to get into a new report there that's on foxnews.com, and it's all about some politicians pivoting from defunding the police. Remember, after the George Floyd incident, there was a rush in some cities and counties in this country. There was that movement called Defund the Police, and some politicians were successful in moving away critical funds to police stations. And now what we are seeing across the country is violence surging right now in many areas. Just yesterday, I mean, we had politicians getting carjacked in some cities. So we are continuing to follow everything for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's break it all down on what some of these politicians are doing right now. After George Floyd's death at the hands of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin in the summer of 2020 ignited a wave of protest across the country, calling for major overhauls in the U.S. criminal justice system. The phrase defund the police not only became a rallying cry, but served as a litmus test separating moderates from the progressive left. The latter wing was adamant that the phrase shouldn't be regarded as merely rhetorical. Some even said they responded to proposed New York City budget cuts to the police department, said that wouldn't go far enough. Defunding police means defunding police. It does not mean budget tricks or funny math. It does not mean moving school police officers from the NYPD budget to the Department of Education's budget so the exact same police remain in schools. That is from Congresswoman AOC. Representative Ilhan Omar went a step further, calling for the Minneapolis Police Department to be dismantled because it is rotten to the root, she called it. We need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department because here's the thing, there's a cancer, Omar said at a rally in Minneapolis back in June of 2020. In many cases, city officials put defund the police into practice by voting to cut funding to its respective police departments. What followed What followed was a significant nationwide rise in violent crime. According to the FBI, the U.S. experienced a nearly 30% jump in homicides in 2020 compared with the previous year. Below is a roundup of just a few of the Democratic leaders who changed course on the issue. Let's go to San Francisco. Mayor London Breed. In July of 2020, while nationwide protests were reaching their zenith, San Francisco Mayor London Breed announced $120 million in budget cuts to the city's police department and promised to reinvest those funds in communities. But an ongoing wave of crime and violence impacting the city has evidently made her change her mind. Earlier this month, Mayor Breed unveiled a series of proposals aimed at curbing the mayhem, including securing emergency funds for law enforcement. The plan includes more police funding for overtime officers. Breed noted that vacation and time off have been canceled for officers in an effort to address the spike in crime. So we go from trying to defund the police to saying, hey, you can't even take time off. Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf saying across the San Francisco Bay, the Oakland officials have reversed plans to cut the city's police department following a surge in violence that included roving armed caravans, an uptick in homicides, and brazen smash and grab burglaries. We all remember that. The Oakland mayor has pledged to hire more police officers after suggesting that police officers should be replaced by public employees who couldn't respond to traumatic scenes in other situations she described as unrelated to law enforcement. The pledge came after a weekend in which 3 people were killed, including a retired police officer acting as a security guard for a television news crew, bringing the number of murders to nearly 130 so far this year. Now let's go to Chicago. Mayor Lori Lightfoot proposed last year to cut $80 million from the city's police budget. But on Monday, the Democratic mayor begged the federal government to combat crime and violence in the Windy City. At a news conference, Lightfoot asked the U.S. Attorney General to send in agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives for 6 months to ramp up the number of gun investigations and gun seizures. If you remember, President Trump wanted to send in the feds to Chicago to help with the rampant crime and violence that was happening, but Mayor Lori Lightfoot really put an end to that immediately. Now let's go to New York City. In July of 2020, Democratic Mayor Bill de Blasio and the New York City Council voted to cut the city's police department budget by roughly $1 billion amid intense public pressure to defund the police. Those costs resulted in 600-officer plainclothes anti-crime unit being disbanded, the delay of a cadet class of roughly 900 officers, and decreased over time. Months later, de Blasio backtracked, saying that the city would spend more than $100 million to build a new NYPD precinct in southeast Queens, where residents complained long response times. Then in Minneapolis, perhaps most significant was the pivot taken earlier this year by Democratic leaders in Minneapolis, the city of Floyd's death. In February, the city council backtracked on its original push to defund the city's police department and approved $6.4 million in police funding after residents pleaded for more officers, citing longer response times and increased violent crime. Minneapolis voters last month rejected a proposed amendment to the city's charter that would have replaced the Minneapolis Police Department with a Department of Public Safety. The initiative would have taken out language that included minimum funding requirements for the department and would have divided control of public safety between the mayor and city council. Several Minneapolis council members who supported the ballot measure were defeated at the polls after being locked in tight races. Now let's go to Portland, Oregon. Remember that? In June of 2020, Portland's Democratic Mayor Ted Wheeler and the city council cut millions from the police budget. But last month, the council unanimously passed a budget bump that included increasing its $230 million police budget by an additional $5.2 million. A similar situation has played out in cities that some saw of the largest Black Lives Matter protests. Police departments in those cities are now seeing their finances partially restored in response to rising murders, an officer exodus, and political pressures. Of course, we'll continue to follow it for you right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. And now that we are getting into the top of the hour right now. We are awaiting the jury at any moment to resume deliberations in the Kim Potter trial. We just got the shot up here as well, so we'll be keeping an eye on that camera all day today. If we see any movement, we will, of course, bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll reset at the top and bring you all of the top stories and headlines. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, continuing to always bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. Right now, we continue to wait in soon the jury to resume deliberations in the Kim Potter trial. Live look right now at the seal inside of that courtroom. We'll keep an eye on that shot, and if we see any developments, of course, we will bring it to you live, raw, and always direct right here. Before our break, we were showing you just some of the highlights in the Kim Potter trial when she was on the stand. We were showing you when the defense was questioning their client. But now I want to just show you just some of when the prosecution was cross-examining. We're going to bring that to you here and keep an eye on this shot, as always, for you, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Certified, but it's been many, many years.
Okay. And you said that on direct, I believe your testimony was that you had knowledge to impart and that mentorship skills that made you suited for that job, right?
Yes.
So you were serving as Officer Lucky's FTO on April 11th. How long had you been his FTO?
I believe it would be 5 shifts. It would have started the Monday after Easter Sunday.
Okay. But you were essentially in a supervisory position, right? Serving as his FTO?
Yes, I guided him.
It's a big responsibility, true?
Yes.
You have to be a good example, sort of set the stage for what a good police officer should do in any particular situation, right?
Yes.
And to do the job of an FTO, you have to be really familiar with policy and training and proper uses of force, right?
Yes.
And you have to make sure that someone else is doing it all right too, right?
Correct.
And you testified that that morning, the morning of April 11th, you reviewed pursuit policy with Officer Lucky, correct?
That afternoon.
Okay. But that pursuit policy includes not shooting at the driver or occupants of a vehicle, right?
A moving vehicle.
And you told Officer Lucky, we're not in the city. right? Did you tell Dr. Miller that you told Officer Lucky in reviewing pursuit policy, you used the phrase, "we're not in the city"?
Because we're on Zane Avenue, which is in Brooklyn Park.
And why did you say that?
To remind him of geographical boundaries.
And you were also reminding him of the limitations of the pursuit policy, correct?
What do you mean?
That you can't just get into a high-speed car chase or shoot up a car without specific reasons, right?
Yes, for our pursuit policy limits what we can pursue for.
And a gross misdemeanor warrant doesn't qualify for a vehicle pursuit, right?
Not according to our policy.
And you had just reviewed that policy with Officer Lucky that day, correct?
Yes.
So getting to what happened with the stop, you said that there was a turn signal misplacement, perhaps. You saw the wrong turn signal. That was the first thing that you saw?
Officer Lucky saw it first.
Okay, so you didn't see the wrong turn signal. But after that, you saw the air freshener, right?
I saw the expired registration.
Well, you had said on direct that you would not have pulled that vehicle over, right?
Probably not.
And you said that you knew that there had been some delays because of COVID with people getting their tabs up to date, right?
Yes.
But you also mentioned the air freshener to counsel on direct, didn't you?
Yes.
But regardless, expired tabs, air freshener, this is the kind of traffic stop that is pretty routine for you in your 26 years as a cop, right?
No traffic stops routine, but it would have been something I would have done several times.
I'm sure you've seen lots and lots of cars with air fresheners and expired tabs. True?
Yes.
And then the decision was made to pull over the car. You mentioned that there was some information that maybe there was some other warrant that you learned about around that time. You didn't discuss any of that with Officer Lucky, did you?
He would have had the same warrant hit that I would have heard.
None of that was mentioned. None of it was even worth discussing with Officer Lucky at the time you pulled over the car. Fair?
I don't remember if we talked about it or not.
Okay. But in any case, you pull over the car, and Officer Lucky approaches the driver's side, approaches Mr. Wright, right?
Yes.
And he came back to the car with a name, date of birth, all kinds of information, right?
I know a name and a date of birth.
Well, Officer Lucky told you that he believed him. He thought that essentially that Mr. Wright was telling the truth, right?
Yes.
And then when Officer Lucky put in all this information into the system, you corrected him, you admonished him, you told him he was doing it wrong, right?
I told him better ways to do it, probably.
And that's your job as an FTO, right?
Yes.
To correct him if he messes something up, right?
Yes, when there was an opportunity.
So you corrected him, and then he re-entered the information, and then you found out about the warrant, right?
Yes.
Now there was also a conversation about Officer Lucky code 4ing himself, right?
All right, those were just some of the highlights here as we do wait now for some movement inside of the courtroom here. If we do see that, of course, we will bring you coverage right here on Live Now from Fox Everybody. When we come back, we'll get you all the updates as the FDA has authorized a second COVID treatment there, a pill. We'll bring it to you all of the very latest coming up in just 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news to get to you with the FDA now authorizing a second COVID antiviral treatment. We wanted to bring this to your attention as it's just coming down right now, making that clear. For the second day in a row, the FDA becomes a day after it authorized another antiviral drug. Now, this one has developed in partnership with Ridgeback Biotherapeutics, is cleared for use in adults with mild to moderate COVID who are at risk for severe disease, the agency said in a statement. Pfizer's pill was authorized for people as young as 12. The big advantage for oral treatments like these is that they can be taken at home and don't require an IV or injection. That could help the nation's hospitals as new infections are expected to continue to surge this winter. Clinical trials found that the treatment reduced the risk of hospitalization and death among high-risk COVID patients by 30%. By comparison, Pfizer's drug has been shown to be 89% effective at preventing high-risk people from being hospitalized or dying from COVID. Availability of Pfizer's treatment will initially be much more limited than Merck's. That poses a dilemma for physicians over which treatment option to recommend to their patients. The United States has agreed to purchase about 3.1 million courses of Merck's drug for about $2.2 billion. The White House COVID-19 response coordinator said at a briefing yesterday that if authorized, the majority of those treatment courses could be available to states and jurisdictions by the end of January. An FDA advisory committee last month voted narrowly in favor of recommending the treatment. The close vote reflected concerns committee members had about both the effectiveness and the safety of the drug, including the potential risk to pregnant women and their fetuses. The FDA recommended that patients use contraception while using Merck's treatment and for 4 days after the last dose. The agency has said it is not authorized for use in patients under the age of 18 because the medication may affect bone and cartilage growth. Potential side effects of the drug include diarrhea, nausea, and dizziness, according to the agency. A full course of Merck's treatment is a total of 40 pills taken as 4 200-milligram pills twice a day for 5 days. Patients should begin the treatment within 5 days of the onset of symptoms. During the November advisory committee, the drug maker emphasized the importance of patients finishing the entire course of treatment as prescribed. So another weapon to combat COVID-19 as we continue to talk about a surge and really a booster shot that is now, people, the FDA and others want, from the White House all the way to the CDC, wanting that third booster, and then who knows if there's going to be another booster in the future as well for people. But this second COVID antiviral treatment being authorized by the FDA. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Just before going to the break, we talked to you about the breaking news about the FDA authorizing a second antiviral COVID pill to help combat this pandemic. Yesterday, I talked to Dr. Nicole Saphier, Fox News medical contributor, when the first COVID antiviral pill just yesterday was authorized by FDA. That was a Pfizer product. Let's listen to what she had to say about the pandemic as well as these antivirals. Fox News medical contributor, thanks so much for joining us here today.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, so let's get right into it. The news that was made earlier today that the FDA authorized the first pill to treat COVID-19. Now, this is something that in the past you've been really adamant about them doing.
Absolutely. That's right. They just came out today given the emergency use authorization for Paxlovid, which is an oral medication that is given on an outpatient basis, so at an urgent care, at your primary care doctor, and when given within 3 to 5 days of your symptom onset. For high-risk individuals, it's been shown in clinical trials to decrease that hospitalization and death rate by up to 89%. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for. We've needed a way to keep people out of the hospital and reducing their risk of severe disease. And we've had the vaccines, we've had the boosters, and now, thankfully, even when people do get infected, we now have a medication.
Yeah, so we have another step here and another tool in our arsenal belt here to combat COVID-19. Now, can you say what was the holdup on this? Why was it in the pipeline and it just now getting authorized?
Well, to be honest, the FDA has been sitting on this paperwork for about a month. That's when Pfizer wrapped up their clinical trials and submitted all the data. And why did they wait so long? Oh, I don't know, because the FDA is full of administrative bloat and they take forever to do anything. We've seen that throughout the entirety of the pandemic. So that is one thing that really needs to be overhauled, is the entire process. I mean, first of all, you never want to skirt around safety. And you certainly want the experts and the external experts to look at data and really scrutinize through it. But let me tell you something. A month is a very long time to be looking at a 2,200 patient clinical trial, and they need to figure out how to cut some of this red tape, because at this point people are dying. They've been waiting for treatments. We've needed these treatments, and even now they're not going to be ready available tomorrow. Sure, Pfizer says they have tens of thousands to be sent out from their warehouse this week, but I don't think it's going to be available on routine use for at least a couple of weeks, if not a month.
And Dr. Saphier, I want to bring up your tweet from the other day here, because you list some things that all you want for Christmas, and it has to do here with the pandemic. And now I'm sure you want something else besides this list here, but this is here for the pandemic as we see here. And one of the main things that you listed here as vaccine boosters targeted to high risk, not just a blanket of everybody needs to be vaccinated, everybody needs boosted, but you want to have it go one step further, saying only for the high risk, really, let's push this.
Sure, absolutely. First of all, I think that universal vaccines in adults for COVID-19, certainly is understandable and recommended, as, at the time the vaccine decreased not only your risk of severe illness, but also getting it and being able to transmit it to others. Now that we have seen over time and with the emergent variants, the protectiveness of actually getting infected has dropped down to about 20 to 30%. Thankfully, the risk of hospitalization after the 2-dose vaccine is still pretty high at about 70%. The boosters, while there's great data showing that there is a significant antibody response after the boosters, that antibody response is what's going to help prevent infection. But we're still seeing breakthroughs even after the boosters. And so at this point, I think that with some of these variants coming out right now and the protection of the being fully vaccinated, that combination of hybrid immunity of someone who's been vaccinated but also have gotten a mild form of COVID, that's a very strong level of protection. Now, that doesn't mean everyone should just go out and get COVID. In fact, I don't recommend that at all. There will be severe consequences from doing that. But as we see, people right now are getting infected despite doing precautionary measures, despite being vaccinated, despite being boosted. So So I think as we move forward as a society, we need to really put our focus on protecting the vulnerable and doing everything we can to ensure them a healthy and happy life. And with that is targeting the 10 to 15 million Americans over the age of 55 who haven't been vaccinated, making sure that those who are over 55 and with chronic medical conditions get the booster, and getting these treatments out and accessible as soon as possible.
And I want to also get your take. Yesterday, we saw President Biden lay out his plan for the winter and talking about the coming in January at some time, the rollout there of 500 million at-home tests for COVID-19. And now, so far, there's not a website yet that the government has made to facilitate that. And today at the briefing, we didn't hear too much on just how that plan and rollout is going to be. But my take here and my question is for you is a person that gets this test here from the government, that's just one test. How much is that really going to help as we're talking about the surge?
You know, I'm not sure that it's a good idea for one test to be sent out to every person in the United States. Actually, I don't think that's going to be beneficial at all. I think what needs to happen is they need to be targeting places that have high traffic volume of people seeking positive or testing, which urgent care centers, your primary care doctors, your pharmacies such as CVS and Walgreens and the rapid tests. I mean, these shelves should be stocked, and there should probably be a purchase minimum on them so people aren't hoarding, because they will do that. But sending it to each individual household, I think that that action will fall flat if that's truly the plan.
And going back and looping back now to this new antiviral that is going to be, so now that they authorized it, how soon can people, do you think, be using this to aid in lesser severe cases?
Well, the federal government has already secured a contract with Pfizer to purchase 10 million doses, or courses, not doses, courses of this medication, which is incredible. That's great news. Unfortunately, I think the initial rollout will be very slow. Pfizer has said that they have doses in their Memphis warehouse ready to be shipped out, but they are far from those 10 million courses. It's closer to maybe like 10,000 that are ready to be shipped out. So we need to, whether it's through the Defense Production Act or whatnot, they need to expedite manufacturing, because this medication needs to be available at every local retail pharmacy so that when someone tests positive, they are at high risk for COVID-19 severe symptoms, that they are able to go and get it, because this medication does no good if it's not accessible.
Very true right there. And then I also want to talk about another tweet that you had yesterday that really took off for you as well. You said, given how highly transmissible this new variant is, can we all agree kids can take off the single layer cloth masks now? They make for good optics, but that's about it. So can you explain that?
Well, so if we think about it right now, based on CDC data, kids age 5 to 11, probably about 2/3 of them have already had COVID-19 and recovered and have some level of protective natural immunity. And throughout this winter surge, I can tell you that number is quickly going up. Add on top of that, 10 to 15% of this age group have already gotten at least one dose of their vaccination. So there's a large amount of immunity in this exceedingly low-risk population. And then you throw in Omicron, which is highly, highly transmissible in asymptomatic and mildly symptomatic people. That means that it's likely being transmitted by a lot more of those aerosolized particles and less of the heavy respiratory droplets, because people aren't as symptomatic. So those single-layer cloth masks that we see kids in, those don't really do anything for an aerosolized virus. And the only thing that it's really doing right now is it's not decreasing transmission. And the CDC doesn't have one piece of data to demonstrate that single-layer cloth mask alone actually decreases transmission. And we know that there are consequences to mask wearing in children. It can affect their skin, it can infect their teeth, and it certainly can affect their emotional state in terms of facial recognition and being able to express emotion. So in the absence of hard data demonstrating their benefit, it is really time to remove those masks from the children.
And lastly, Dr. Saphier, A lot of people wondering, okay, we're in the winter months now, and we're going to continue to do so, but we haven't heard too much about the flu numbers, just because of this new variant controls really a lot of what the media is talking about these days, but we really haven't heard anything about the flu. How's the flu this year, and what's it like in previous times?
No, well, actually, flu numbers are up as well, and not in a good way, because the flu shot this year is not proving to be the most protective against flu. So I believe the strain is H3N2 that's circulating right now, and we're certainly seeing a lot of influenza A cases in schools and circulating amongst the population. Again, flu tends to be a little bit more risky for children, also is risky for older adults, similar to COVID. So, when you see kids sick right now, oftentimes it's sick with the flu, and if you see them with the sniffles, maybe it's COVID.
All right. Dr. Nicole Saphier, thank you so much for always breaking it down for us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and you have a very Merry Christmas as well.
Absolutely. Merry Christmas to you all as well.
And when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, Senator Ted Cruz was speaking at this event, but who was listening in? Find out what happened when his phone went off. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue on jury watch in the Kim Potter trial. The jury has now deliberated for more than 23 hours. They are deliberating right now. This is going to be the final day before the holiday break. And, we are going to continue to follow it for you at every step. As soon as we see some movement inside of this courtroom, we'll go live to it and hear what the judge has to say. If there's going to be any more questions to the judge, anything sent back, we'll continue to follow it here for you. But every step of the way, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Next story I want to bring to you, it has to do with Senator Ted Cruz. He was speaking at a small event, and while he was speaking about big tech, well, Siri interrupted. Take a look at this video.
Fortunately, big tech is, I believe, the single greatest threat we have to free speech in America, and it's the single greatest threat we have to free and fair elections in America. Big tech, they are hard left. They're not just Democrats, they're to the left of the Democratic Party, and they're trying to drive the Democratic Party left. And, listen, I'm someone who believes in free speech.
Please try again.
Well, big tech is getting mad. Yeah. Siri just said something went wrong. Please try again. So
was that a mulligan? You want to do?
No. I'm actually perfectly happy that Siri got mad. Sorry there, Siri. Well, unfortunately.
All right, so that was the funny moment right there that was happening when Senator Ted Cruz was speaking in this interview, and all of a sudden his phone goes off and Siri wants to know if he needs anything. All right, live now from Fox. We continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. We are expecting a little bit from the Capitol, maybe one of the last events that will be happening in the coming days here and maybe even into next week. The Black Caucus is going to be speaking at a news conference. We'll be featuring that for you live right here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News' Chad Pergram right there. He is not going to miss a beat right there, waiting for that to happen. So we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to show you some Fox stations right now that are doing some news from across the country. Let's head out to Fox 6 in Milwaukee as they take a look at how the weather conditions are going and for those all-important Christmas travel forecast in the Midwest right now.
30, Sheboygan up to 33. The wind isn't too strong, but it is still creating a bit of a wind chill. 17 the feel like in Waukesha, 27 the feel like in Milwaukee, and more of those 20s towards the north. So still bundle up as you head out the door, but just know later this afternoon we're heading towards the 40s, and we are going to stay there for Christmas Eve as well as Christmas Day. I'll talk about our rain chances both of those days coming up.
The latest now on the coronavirus. Today is the last day to get tested for COVID-19 if you hope to do it before Christmas.
Closed Christmas Eve until Monday, and our Jason Calvi has more on what you need to know before you go.
This is the last day for you to visit one of the Milwaukee community testing sites. They will be open today, but they're closed for Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and then Sunday as well. But if you do come here, be prepared for potentially long lines for this drive-in clinic. You might have to wait. One guy waited an hour and a half yesterday. Now, this is just one way people are choosing to keep their families safe this Christmas time, especially as COVID-19 cases have been trending up. Now, there's other options for testing as well. You can check in with your pharmacy. There's those at-home quick tests as well. The state of Wisconsin this week issued a health advisory asking people to take urgent action to protect their families from potential hospitalization. They said, for example, consider testing before having gatherings. We spoke with the University of Wisconsin infectious disease doc. He says testing is just one step to keep your family safe.
I think it's one more tool in a layered approach to trying to prevent spread. You know, obviously, if you're going to a holiday family gathering, these are people that you care about. So you want to obviously, even more than some other times, you obviously should think about not spreading around something to people that you love.
Take a look at your screen. These are the Milwaukee community testing sites. Menominee Valley site open until 3 o'clock. The Northwest and the Southside Health Clinics, they open at noon and they close at 6 tonight. So just a few more hours for testing at these Milwaukee community clinics. All the testing is free, but you can also check in with your doctor, your pharmacy, as well as those at-home tests. Reporting in Milwaukee, Jason Calvi, Fox 6 News.
All right, Jason, thank you so much. And with at-home testing in high demand right now, some stores are actually limiting how many of those kits you can buy. Amazon shoppers can buy 10 of the online giant's at-home testing kits. Walmart does not limit COVID-19 test purchases, in its stores, but you can only buy 8 of them if you shop on Walmart.com. CVS has a limit of 6 test kits per customer online and in store. The nation's second largest pharmacy chain, that's Walgreens, is limiting in-store and online purchases of at-home test kits to 4 per customer. What a right time, it's the right time to rock the night away. Hey, they're pretty good. Those are TSA agents spreading some holiday cheer in Baltimore ahead of what's expected to be one of the busiest travel days of the year. Yes, AAA is predicting an estimated 109 million Americans are going to be traveling this year. 32% more Wisconsinites will get away compared to last year. The travel boost comes as COVID surges. 95% of Americans plan on celebrating the holidays in person this year compared to 71% in 2020.
And that was your live look looking at Fox 6 Milwaukee's coverage this morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will take a quick 2-minute break. We continue to be on jury verdict watch in the Kim Potter trial. We'll give you all of the updates as they come in right here on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back, talking all about Dr. Anthony Fauci. What about what he said? If you are fully vaccinated, can you celebrate Christmas with your loved ones? Find out the answer coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Oh, doesn't this look great? Winter weather right here, Palmerton, Pennsylvania, out on the slopes right there. Great shot, no doubt about it. There is a lot of people will be busy this weekend, being with friends and family, enjoying some of the slopes of many slopes around our country, taking part in that. And as we talk about the Christmas celebrations coming in just a couple of days, of course, in the background of our minds is this pandemic. Of course, meeting with family and friends, especially our older relatives, is always at a risk in a pandemic. But what did Dr. Anthony Fauci say yesterday that had a lot of people optimistic, talking about this pandemic and in the Christmas season? Let's go to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Accounting for an estimated 90% of cases in the eastern Atlantic states, parts of the Midwest, South, and Northern Pacific states. This rapid increase in the proportion of Omicron circulating around the country is similar to what we've seen around the world. Although this is a reminder of continued threat of COVID-19 variants, this increase in Omicron proportion is what we anticipated and what we have been preparing for. I know there are a lot of questions about the Omicron variant, how to protect yourselves, our loved ones, how to safely gather with our families and friends over the holidays. And you've heard me say before, we know what works against COVID-19, and it's critically important that we implement our proven multi-layer prevention strategies. Let me reiterate those 4 prevention measures for you. Get vaccinated, get boosted, wear a mask in public indoor settings in areas of substantial and high-risk community transmission, and take a test before you gather. I know many parents are wondering how they can keep their children safe for the holidays. If your child is 5 or older, get them vaccinated. And if they are younger than 5 years, surround them with adults and siblings who are vaccinated, boosted if eligible, and masking in public indoor settings. I also want to be sure people understand the risks around holiday travel. Holiday gatherings and risk of travel really has less to do with the airplane or car ride and much more to do with how people from different households behave in the weeks to days before meeting up. Importantly, consider gathering with family and friends who are also practicing similar proper prevention measures. And as we have said before, those who remain unvaccinated are the most vulnerable to COVID-19. CDC data now updated through November, when Delta was the predominant strain circulating, demonstrated that an unvaccinated person has a 10 times greater risk of testing positive for COVID-19 and a 20 times greater risk of dying from COVID-19 when compared to those who are fully vaccinated and received their booster dose. Although every day we are following more and more studies emerging about the Omicron variant, early data on the vaccine is promising against Omicron, especially when people are boosted. COVID-19 vaccines, especially when accompanied by a booster dose, are likely to protect against severe disease, hospitalization, and death. Still, we know we will continue to hear more about people who get infected who are vaccinated. These people may get mild or asymptomatic infections and could unknowingly spread those infections to others. Again, this means it is important for everyone, regardless of vaccination status, to wear a mask in public indoor settings in communities of substantial or high transmission. And I would encourage people to take an at-home COVID-19 test ahead of time to help protect you and your family and friends who may be at greater risk of COVID-19 or severe outcomes. Evidence has repeatedly shown that these prevention measures, when layered together, work. So again, if you're wondering how to stay healthy and protect your loved ones this winter, please get vaccinated, get boosted, wear a mask in public indoor settings, and take a COVID-19 test before gathering with others. We're at a critical point, and how well these measures are implemented by all of us, caring for ourselves and for one another, will largely determine the outlook of the coming weeks and months ahead. Thank you. Happy holidays. I'll now turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. What I'd like to do now is just spend just a few minutes on underscoring and reiterating some of the important principles that Dr. Walensky had mentioned. I'm going to touch on 4 areas very quickly: transmissibility, severity, the evasion of immunity by vaccines, and the potential impact on therapeutics. I will point out that there is a relationship between interpreting the relationship between transmissibility and severity, and I'll explain what I mean in a moment. Next slide. No doubt, this is a highly transmissible infection. These are the latest data that we get from the CDC about the Omicron variant that is sequenced in the United States isolates. It is now about 73+%. And speaking to governors from other regions of the country, in some, they're even as high as 80 to 90%. So there is no doubt that we are dealing with a highly transmissible virus for the reason, as Jeff mentioned just a moment ago, that we expect that there will be continuing to have a substantial increase in cases. Next slide. Now we get to the idea of severity. These are data from our South African colleagues who have clearly been showing now in conversations we've had and now in this recent publication that in fact it appears that in the context of South Africa, there is a decrease in the severity compared to Delta, both in the relationship and ratio between hospitalizations and the number of infections, the duration of hospital stay, and the need for supplemental oxygen therapy. Recently, literally yesterday, there was another paper that came out from Scotland, which appears to validate and verify the data that are in South Africa. This is good news. However, we must wait to see what happens in our own population, which has its own demographic considerations. I would point out that even if you have a diminution in severity, if you have a much larger number of individual cases, the fact that you have so many more cases might actually obviate the effect of it being less severe. And that's one of the reasons why the president, in his remarks yesterday, spoke about how we are going to supplement the capability of hospitals to respond to the possibility that there might be a run on the need for hospitalization. Next slide. Now let's talk about some of the immune evasion. We've mentioned this in different briefings before, but just to reiterate, there's no doubt that there's a marked reduction in neutralizing activity against Omicron when you look at the 2-dose mRNA vaccines, when you compare Omicron to earlier variants such as Delta. However, and here again, why we emphasize the importance of booster shots. The anti-Omicron activity is about 20 to 40-fold higher in sera from boosted vaccinees versus the peak in individuals who had a 2-dose vaccine. This is validated by the clinical data, which shows that the vaccine efficacy, as we all know from previous studies, of a symptomatic infection of a 2-dose mRNA wanes over time. However, there's a moderate to high effectiveness, about 75%, seen in the early period after a booster dose, and very likely higher when it comes to hospitalization and severe disease. Next slide. A quick word now on something that Jeff mentioned, is namely the treatments that are available. Unfortunately, but understandably, with the degree of mutations that we have with Omicron, some of the monoclonal antibodies shown on the slide here very likely will not work against Omicron. And those are shown in the first two under monoclonal antibody. Fortunately, the GSK Vir product, sotrovimab, looks like it is well positioned to be used as a treatment against Omicron. And then the AZ product also is likely. Small molecule antivirals are available now. You heard the recent approval of an EUA of Paxlovid. Of note and underappreciated is remdesivir is already fully approved and is available in a 3-day course, which in a recent study showed to dramatically diminish the need for hospitalization. Guidelines on this will be now re-examined by the NIH Guidelines Committee, and you'll be hearing more about recommendations how to utilize these. If I can have the last slide. I want to again just reiterate what Dr. Walensky said about prevention, which is a multi-layered, comprehensive process, the hallmark of which is vaccination. Now, one of the questions that Dr. Walensky and I and Dr. Murthy and others get asked very frequently is that right now, as we get to the Christmas holiday and the New Year's, would it be safe for individuals who are vaccinated, who are boosted, to get together with family in the setting of the home? The answer to that is yes. An extra level of protection would be the testing that Dr. Walensky measured. But I want to make sure this is not confused with going to a large gathering. And there are many of these parties that have 30, 40, 50 people in which you do not know the vaccination status of individuals. Those are the kind of functions in the context of COVID, and particularly in the context of Omicron, that you do not want to go to. So to the extent possible, we urge you to stay away from those situations that could
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're keeping an eye on the situation in Wisconsin. This is in northwestern Wisconsin, so almost near the border of Wisconsin and Minnesota. And there was a major accident involving 100 vehicles today after freezing rain caused icy and hazardous road conditions along I-94 in Dunn and Jackson counties. And you're seeing just a little bit here of the treacherous roads and also about, people having to be rerouted right now for their Christmas travels if they are already starting that. So we'll keep an eye on that story for you right here, of course, on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we appreciate, again, you joining us here and giving you always the information as it's coming in to Live Now from Fox, everybody. In the meantime, we are going to talk a little bit about the year that was for NASA as they look back at their 2021 year. So we'll be going up high above in just a moment and talking about all that they did and look to the future of what 2022 has in store for NASA.
In 2021, we touched down on Mars, then reached new heights on the Red Planet. We also made progress preparing for a flight test around the Moon. And we had a very busy year in low Earth orbit, exploring other deep space destinations, addressing climate change here on our home planet, testing technologies for next-generation aircraft, and much more. Here's a look back at those and other things we did this year at NASA. There were plenty of developments in 2021 with existing and future missions designed to explore our solar system and beyond.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars.
The Perseverance rover landed on Mars in February and later collected its first rock core sample, which could be retrieved and returned to Earth by a future mission. While the Ingenuity helicopter, a technology demonstration on that mission, became the first aircraft to make a powered, controlled flight on another planet. We completed testing of the James Webb Space Telescope and sent it to its launch site in French Guiana. The wide array of science missions we sent to space included the first mission to study the polarization of X-rays, the first spacecraft to visit Jupiter's Trojan asteroids, and our first planetary defense test mission. Our Chandra X-ray Observatory may have detected signs of a planet crossing in front of a star outside of our Milky Way galaxy for the first time. While our Parker Solar Probe provided surprising views of Venus during a close flyby and became the first spacecraft in history to touch the Sun, flying through and sampling the environment in the Sun's upper atmosphere. And the Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, or TESS, helped discover a trio of hot worlds larger than Earth orbiting a much younger version of our Sun. Some new but familiar faces took on leadership roles at the agency. The Biden-Harris administration chose former Senator and Space Shuttle payload specialist Bill Nelson and former astronaut and Space Shuttle commander Pam Melroy as NASA's newest administrator and deputy administrator, respectively. Some of our work in 2021 reflected the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to addressing climate change and its effect on our home planet, something NASA is uniquely positioned to do. We announced our Earth System Observatory, a new set of missions to help guide efforts related to climate change, disaster mitigation, fighting forest fires, and improving real-time agricultural processes.
And liftoff. Liftoff of an Atlas V rocket and Landsat 9.
We partnered with the U.S. Geological Survey to launch the Landsat 9 satellite, built to continue the program's 50-year track record of monitoring the planet's changing landscapes. Several weeks later, Vice President Kamala Harris visited the agency as we unveiled the satellite's first images. NASA conducted and participated in a series of climate change studies related to high tide floods and Earth's energy imbalance and energy budget.
This animation shows.
As part of a global response to climate change, we participated in the UN Climate Change Conference. We captured data with a specialized instrument on the space station to help fight forest fires in the western U.S.
We also coordinated with researchers to develop dashboards on the spread and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, including tracking any changes to worldwide air pollution. And we launched an online platform called OpenET to help farmers and water managers in 17 western U.S. states accelerate improvements and innovations in water management. 2021 was the busiest year for human spaceflight at the International Space Station in a decade. It also marked the start of the 21st straight year of humans living and working in space. The splashdown of our SpaceX Crew 1 mission marked the completion of the first operational commercial crew flight to the station and the first nighttime splashdown of a U.S. crewed spacecraft since Apollo 8 in 1968.
And liftoff. Godspeed, Discovery and Crew 2.
Our SpaceX Crew 2 mission followed that. It was the first commercial crew mission to fly 2 international partners and spent a record 199 days in space. And in November, NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission arrived at the space station for a planned 6-month scientific research mission. Astronauts and cosmonauts completed 13 spacewalks outside the space station, the most in a year since 2010. With no slowdown to human spaceflight in sight, we introduced 10 new astronaut candidates in early December. We also accepted applications for the next class of flight directors and announced plans for the agency's first 2 private astronaut missions to the International Space Station. Cargo missions flown to the space station by our commercial partners delivered more than 33,000 pounds of science, tools, and critical supplies, and returned thousands of pounds of research and equipment to Earth. And we signed agreements with 3 companies to develop early concepts of commercial destinations as part of our efforts to enable a robust American-led commercial economy in low Earth orbit. We made significant progress in 2021 preparing for the Artemis 1 integrated flight test around the moon next year. Engineers at our Kennedy Space Center finished installing and testing components and systems for the Orion spacecraft to make sure it is ready for Artemis 1. Meanwhile, teams at our Stennis Space Center completed the 8-part Green Run test campaign with the Space Launch System or SLS rocket's core stage. There was also work in 2021 toward future Artemis missions to the moon with astronauts. We delivered a key piece of Artemis 2 flight hardware to Florida, completed the welding of another major piece of hardware for the mission, and conducted a series of water impact testing with a test version of Orion. We partnered with SpaceX to continue development of the first commercial human lunar lander. Through Artemis, we plan to land the first woman and first person of color on the moon. Working with commercial partners, we completed the first propulsion system ground tests with the power and propulsion element for Gateway. Also, Japan became the 3rd nation to support development of the lunar outpost. And the lunar landing site for our Viper robotic rover was selected, a region just outside the western edge of Nobile crater at the moon's south pole. Viper will be delivered to the moon in 2023 through our Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative, or CLPS, part of Artemis. We advanced space technology in 2021 with new concepts to help drive space exploration and benefit life on Earth. Our laser communications relay demonstration was launched to highlight the next era of space communications. We teamed with the Department of Energy to advance nuclear spacecraft propulsion technologies and fission surface power concepts to boost future space exploration. An onboard suite of cutting-edge technology helped the Perseverance rover land safely on Mars, provide its first weather report, and produce oxygen on the red planet for the first time. And our Deep Space Atomic Clock concluded a successful 2-year mission to advance precise timekeeping in space. We continued our aeronautics research efforts this year to validate unique airframe design technologies for more quiet, safe, and efficient flight on next-generation aircraft. We reached several milestones in assembly of our X-59 quiet supersonic technology aircraft and removed the experimental airplane from its external construction supports. Meanwhile, we completed high-voltage testing on our all-electric X-57 Maxwell aircraft. We conducted wind tunnel testing with a full-scale Concept X-plane, the centerpiece of a national partnership with industry, academia, and other agencies to achieve net zero emissions in aviation by 2050. We wrapped up our Airspace Technology Demonstration 2 project after 6 years of successful research into reducing flight delays, streamlining airport operations, and curbing emissions. We conducted flight tests with an all-electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft to collect data critical to our Advanced Air Mobility National Campaign. And a wildfire management workshop NASA hosted demonstrated how emergency responders can fight fires more safely and effectively using NASA technology. We launched our Mission Equity Initiative in 2021 as part of a federal government effort to support historically underserved and underrepresented communities. Our headquarters building in Washington was named after Mary W. Jackson, the first African-American female engineer at NASA. She was part of a group of women whose work was critical to sending the first Americans to space. And students who are deaf, blind, hearing, and visually impaired connected with astronauts aboard the space station during an in-flight event to promote inclusion in space. There were plenty of opportunities in 2021 for students to engage in NASA STEM-related activities. NASA collaborated with future engineers to create the Artemis Moon Pod Essay Contest, in which nearly 14,000 students from every state in the country participated. Our Mission to Mars Student Challenge demonstrated how science, math, and creativity are used to design, build, launch, and land a Mars mission. We published First Woman, the agency's first digital interactive graphic novel in English and Spanish. Student teams designed and launched climate remote sensing and space exploration experiments on suborbital rockets and high-altitude balloons. And the agency awarded funding to minority-serving institutions to study our home planet, develop space technology, and expand participation in science, technology, engineering, and math fields. When all is said and done, the underlying reason we do what we do, from advancing space exploration to making groundbreaking scientific and technical discoveries, to monitoring the health of our planet, to developing innovative modes of transportation, is to benefit you. Those are some of the highlights from what NASA did in 2021. For more details, visit nasa.gov/2021.
A lot of highlights there for 2021. Looking forward to the future in 2022 for NASA. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Live look right now in Seattle at SeaTac International Airport, where people are gearing up to go through TSA and get to where they need to go with their loved ones and friends for this Christmas season there. No place like home, truly. All right, everybody, when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll have the big news that Ethan Crumbley's mom, what she just admitted. This is the mom of the suspected high school shooter in Michigan. You're not going to want to miss this one. Coming up on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everybody. The mother of suspected Michigan high school shooter Ethan Crumbley sent a text to her son the day of the shooting, urging him to, quote, not do it. But lawyers for the parents say the text was to urge Crumbley to not commit suicide. The Crumbleys, like every parent and community member, are devastated by the school shooting. Defense attorney Shannon Smith and co-counsel Muriel Lehman said in a court filing the last thing they expected was that a school shooting would take place or that their son would be responsible. Jennifer Crumbley sent a text to her son the day of the shooting reading, quote, don't do it. Smith acknowledged, but the lawyer said it was a plea for Crumbley to not commit suicide following the shooting that already occurred, Fox 2 Detroit reporting. Oakland County, Michigan prosecutor Karen McDonald has also cited the text in a hearing on the case. After the active shooting announcement went out, Mrs. Crumbley texted her son, Ethan, don't do it. And Mr. Crumbley went to his home purposely to search for this weapon because he was afraid his son had the weapon and was in fact shooting people and hurting them, which, as we know, is exactly what happened, McDonald said. The shooting occurred at Oxford High School back on November 30th and left 4 students dead and 7 other people injured, including 1 teacher. Crumbley used a 9mm Sig Sauer, according to police, which the boy's father bought back on Black Friday, just 4 days before the shooting. Crumbley was charged with 1 count of terrorism causing death, 4 counts of first-degree murder, 7 counts of assault with intent to murder, and 12 counts of possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony. He pleaded not guilty and is being held without bail. It was revealed earlier this month that school officials met with Crumbley and his parents to discuss the violent drawings just hours before the deadly rampage. The 15-year-old suspect was able to convince them during the meeting that the concerning drawings were for a, quote, video game. His parents flatly refused to take their son home, according to the school. On the morning of November 30th, a teacher observed concerning drawings and written statements that have been detailed in media reports, which the teacher reported to school counselors and the dean of students. The student was immediately removed from the classroom and brought to the guidance counselor office where he claimed the drawing was part of a video game he was designing and informed counselors that he planned to pursue video game design as a career. Oxford Community School Superintendent Tim Thorne wrote in a letter sent to the Oxford High School community. His parents, Jennifer and James Crumbley, have been charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the case. They are being held on $500,000 bond each, or a total of $1 million. Their lawyers requested their bond to be lowered to $100,000 just yesterday. We'll continue to take a look at this case and get you any updates that come from it right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. And speaking of cases, we continue to wait on the Kim Potter trial that continues right now. Jury deliberations continue now on to really hours 24 and 25 right now, waiting to see what might happen today. We'll keep an eye on that shot there as well. Also waiting for Congressional Black Caucus members to give their final briefing of the year. We'll feature it all for you coming up on Live Now from Fox, coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Coming up, just popped up in our video cameras is the FDA press conference on anti-COVID pills will be happening. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to throw this back from yesterday where my colleague Andrew Kraft talked to a doctor talking about the antiviral treatments that have been now approved by the FDA. We're talking about Pfizer and now Merck. Let's bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Dr. Peter Chin Hong, a UCSF infectious disease specialist. Doctor, thanks for being with us on this Wednesday night. Just wanted to get your reaction. We had just last talked and we had been wondering when was the FDA going to approve the Pfizer COVID-19 pill. Today they have. Your reaction?
One of joy, eager anticipation, the idea that this may put a dent not only into what's going on now, but an insurance for the future as well. And the premise is simple. You reduce the amount of virus circulating in the community, and hopefully that leads to fewer transmission events by breaking that chain of transmission.
Doctor, do you have any idea of when this will be, widely available to Americans?
I think, it will be a trickle at first. I think the government bought something like 10 million doses, but, in the beginning, we'll only have, I think, something like 65,000 for the end of the year, then maybe 100,000 in January and similar amount in February. So I think, again, it will be a gradual trickle. I think there's some kinks to work out, like how do you determine the chain of diagnosis, prescription, time, 3 to 5 days, and then you get the meds.
Okay, and is it your view now that we have a bounty of vaccines? Is it your view though that the administration, public health authorities should start encouraging therapeutics more, not as a definite prophylaxis like a vaccine, but if you and when you get COVID, more of these therapeutics?
Yes, certainly. I think many people believe that the Biden administration, although they did a lot of good, kind of put all their eggs in the vaccine basket. And I think different strokes for different folks, different strokes for different folks in different contexts. So I think it's an add-on rather than a substitute, but it all adds up to trying to keep that viral load in the community down.
And I wanted to talk about the testing regimen and testing capacities here in the country. Do you think the FDA should approve more at-home COVID-19 rapid tests to kind of ease this backlog? Do you think they are facing, some of these manufacturers of these tests, regulatory hurdles? And do you think that would ease some of this backlog?
Certainly. I mean, there are several other companies, or many companies around the world that have ramped up production. For example, companies in the UK, etc. They're kind of waiting FDA approval, and FDA approval isn't just needing data, it's needing American data. So, some of the backlog is in people just simply needing to have the data from US populations rather than having data at all.
So it seems like, there are in cities across the country vaccine requirements. Do you think we're moving to both having vaccine requirements and testing requirements in tandem? And I wanted to get your opinion on this announcement made by the Biden administration just yesterday, committing 500 million at-home rapid COVID tests. Doctor, there are 330 million Americans. That doesn't even add up to about 2 per American. So what do you think the testing regimen is going to be 4, 5, 6 months down the road?
Well, I think of it as the follows. I think vaccines are kind of like standard in the background. One can debate a booster recommendation for some populations versus just the standard 2-dose vaccine. And the testing kind of comes in surges. When there's a big surge in the community, you bring out the tests. They're going to be used more. But in the background, in quiet months, I don't expect a lot of testing to be done, except perhaps in populations who haven't been vaccinated, and you need to sort of ensure a safe, enclosed indoor environment.
And of course, you know, I don't have to tell you this, doctor, but of course, people are really sick of talking about COVID. We have so many, you know, methods and outlets to our avail that we could avail ourselves of. But let's talk about the Omicron variant. Unfortunately, you know, we are so close to Christmas, but it is the dominant strain right now in the country. I want to get your opinion on this UK study from today, talking about the Omicron variant might not be as severe as the Delta variant or other variants. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think it was good news that we kind of expected, because remember the earliest data we were seeing was from South Africa, and where, you know, hospitalizations due to COVID were about 5% versus hospitalizations in Delta historically have been around 15 to 20%. So I think we looked at their data, we said, hey, South Africa might not be, the UK may not be the US, because we have an older population, we have more comorbidities, we haven't been hit hard as a population like South Africa has by natural infection. But then I think with the studies today from England and Scotland, kind of showing the same thing as South Africa, which is, you know, in the English study, I think 20%, you know, fewer hospitalization with Omicron compared to Delta. And in Scotland, 2/3 fewer hospitalizations if you got Omicron versus Delta. But again, if you do the math, if you infect almost everyone, you know, 1/3 going to the hospital is still, you know, one third, 2/3 less is still numerically potentially straining hospital beds, plus the people who get sick as healthcare workers being taken out of commission.
When will you, what time frame will you be looking at Omicron variant data going forward? We've been in this surge since Thanksgiving. We do have a lot of more data available to us now. What data points will you be looking at? Do you think it's going to drop off and then plateau, or keep dropping off?
I think it's going to keep on dropping off. It's kind of like, the way I think about Omicron, it's like a, you know, a Maserati or a Porsche. You know, you can press on the X and get to 100 really quickly, but then you can stop very quickly too. And that's really what's happening. It's already going down, knock on wood, in South Africa after that Thanksgiving surprise, with a reduction in cases by about 20% recently. So I think, you know, essentially biologically what's happening is it's so fast, it's so agile, it's so adept at transmission that there isn't any more transmission possible. So you get that decline, and that decline is fast.
Doctor, I've been hearing from some that, you know, they're experiencing, you know, they're mildly symptomatic. They're comparing this a lot, those who've tested positive for Omicron, to, you know, a common cold or possibly flu-like symptoms. Can we start saying that? Can we start saying, you know, this variant is just like getting the common cold or the flu, or is that too premature at this point?
It's too premature right now because there's still 50 million unvaccinated Americans, and we are a little bit nervous to see if that, and there's still some Delta circulating, whether or not that will be enough sick people. It just depends on society's values. There's science, but then there's values. And values are how many people can we kind of feel good about, or not feel good, but feel okay about breaking through with hospitalizations at some point. With influenza, for example, we don't shut down society or say restrict travel, etc. We will get to a point where in Omicron, we will be like, you know, you have a cold or Omicron, I'm not really sure. You have a cold or COVID, I'm not really sure. But as long as our hospitals are okay, and to your earlier point, as we fine-tune therapeutics, we'll be able to take better care of patients who break through and go to the hospital, and we won't kind of like get nervous every time someone has a sniffle.
Do you think there needs to be an added emphasis, though, on Americans going to get boosters? I believe the last data I saw was about 30% who had gotten the 2-dose regimen have gone out and gotten their boosters. That's pretty low.
Yes, I mean, and you can't blame Americans, you know, initially, because the messaging was a little bit mixed in the beginning because, you know, we looked at Israel's data and we said, hey, you know, maybe that's not generalizable to US because, you know, our vaccines are still really good at preventing serious disease and hospitalization and death with 2 doses. Then I think what changed everything, well, first 2 things. First of all, we saw breakthrough infection in older individuals, those over 65 and immunocompromised, turning to hospitalizations that were breakthrough. So we said, hey, that population for sure needs a booster. And then what happened next was that Omicron came on board and it's causing a lot of mayhem and confusion and anxiety. And speaking for healthcare, you can imagine why healthcare really needs that booster, because even an infection in healthcare means that you have 1 fewer person taking care of a patient, because a patient and hospital capacity, when you think about it, it's not just a physical bed, it's the people supporting that patient. And if they get infected, they have this 10-day COVID prison sentence, which could be shorter, and people are working on that, but nevertheless, they'll be pulled out. So that's why things have shifted, and similar for schools too. You don't want to shut down schools all the time, so you want to make that infection even lower probability, even though we know that serious disease and hospitalization and death will likely be prevented with just 2 shots.
Yeah, that's right. No, you brought up a lot in there. There are discussions right now to shorten the quarantine period if you're exposed or even if you test positive. Also talking about the COVID-19 pill, therapeutics, boosters, and all. My last question for you. You know, I'm traveling on Christmas Day. I haven't gotten boosted just yet. I'm still trying to find an appointment. A lot of people have been listening to the media a lot. We've been talking about this ad nauseum, and they are scared, especially, unfortunately, around Christmas. What is your message to them if they're, you know, vaccinated, maybe if they haven't gotten their booster yet, or they're waiting to get their booster? What is your message to them if they're traveling, if they're going to see their family this Christmas and their friends?
My number 1 message is please don't panic, particularly if you've gotten 2 shots already and you haven't gotten your booster. For the majority of people, you wouldn't get very sick. You definitely won't go to the ICU. You definitely have a very low chance of dying. The second message is you kind of have to up your COVID game a little bit in these highly transmissible times. So that means, you know, not wearing that cloth mask as much anymore. Maybe when you're traveling, putting on at least a well-fitted surgical mask. You know, well-fitted means that some people may need to tie a little double knot at the end to make sure it's snug. Some people like double mask, but really a well-fitted surgical mask is good enough. And if you really want to up the game, you can do a KN95. The other upping the game is, of course, if you're going into a risky indoor setting and you have testing available, like a family reunion, it'll be great if everyone gets tested, particularly if, you know, grandpa has cancer or you're worried about elderly relatives in that gathering. It's just another safe method. But, you know, that's just the way I think about it. I don't think we have to withhold all of this joy that we have of the season. You just have to do it responsibly.
All right, a good note to end on, Dr. Peter Chin Hong. We always appreciate your expertise. If we don't talk again, have a great Christmas and New Year. We'll definitely be speaking in the new year.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Happy holidays.
And when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we will listen to a little bit of the media call with the FDA talking about the second antiviral drug for COVID-19 authorized just this morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Back out for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be listening in to a little bit of the media call here with the FDA talking about the second COVID antiviral treatment just authorized today.
We want to remind people that these drugs are not substitutions for getting vaccinated. The FDA has approved one vaccine and authorized others to prevent COVID-19 and other serious clinical outcomes associated with COVID-19 infection, including hospitalization and death. The FDA strongly urges the public to get vaccinated and receive a booster if eligible. In remaining true to our commitment to transparency, in addition to the press releases and the other materials posted this week, more information about the data that the FDA evaluated to come to these decisions will be posted on our website as soon as possible. I'd like to close by thanking the FDA's career staff made up of physicians, biologists, chemists, epidemiologists, statisticians, and other professionals who have been working around the clock this holiday season to evaluate the data and information in these two EUA requests. We know this pandemic continues to be dynamic and evolving, with new research and data becoming available every day. When supported by science and data, the agency is committed to making additional therapies available while continuing to study their safety and effectiveness. Now, I'd like to turn over to Dr. Farley, Director of the Office of Infectious Diseases, for his remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazzoni. It's a pleasure to be with everyone today. As Dr. Cavazzoni noted, we're keenly aware of the public's interest in oral COVID-19 treatment options, and I'd like to share more information about the actions the FDA has taken over the last 24 hours. Yesterday, we issued an emergency use authorization for the first oral antiviral to treat mild to moderate COVID-19, Paxlovid. Paxlovid is authorized for use in adults and pediatric patients, specifically those who are 12 years of age and older, weighing at least 40 kilograms, which is about 88 pounds, and who are at high risk for progression to severe COVID-19, including hospitalization or death. And today, after taking into account the informative discussion with our advisory committee of external experts in November, we issued an emergency use authorization for another oral antiviral to treat mild to moderate COVID-19, molnupiravir. Molnupiravir is authorized for use in adults with positive results of direct SARS-CoV-2 viral testing who are at high risk for progression to severe COVID-19, including hospitalization or death, and for whom alternative COVID-19 treatment options authorized by the FDA are not accessible or clinically appropriate. Both of these drugs are only available by prescription, and treatment should be initiated as soon as possible after a COVID-19 diagnosis and within 5 days of symptom onset. Both of these drugs have potential side effects and unique safety considerations for certain populations. Patients should consult with their healthcare provider to carefully consider the known and potential risks and benefits and to determine if either treatment is right for them. For both of these authorizations, the FDA thoroughly examined data submitted by the sponsors on the safety and effectiveness of each treatment to ensure that they each met the agency's rigorous standards for emergency use authorization. Complete information about the data evaluated for each treatment, as well as limitations of use, recommended patient population, safety considerations, and more can be found on the FDA's website. Under the EUAs, fact sheets that provide important information about using these antivirals in the treatment of COVID-19 as authorized must be made available to healthcare providers and to patients and caregivers. These fact sheets include dosing instructions, potential side effects, and drug interactions. At the FDA, we're committed to making important regulatory decisions based on the most up-to-date science and data available to us, and this week's authorizations are no exception. With science guiding our decision-making, the available safety and effectiveness data that support the authorization of these antivirals supports the authorization of these antivirals because their known and potential benefits outweigh their known and potential risks. when the medications are each used consistent with the terms and conditions of their respective authorizations. I'd now like to turn the media call back over to the moderator, and thanks very much for being here today.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazzoni and Dr. Farley. At this time, we'll begin the question and answer portion of the call. As a reminder, this call is being recorded. When asking a question, please state your name and affiliation. Also, please ensure questions pertain to this week's announcements and limit yourself to one question and one follow-up so we can get to as many questions as possible. Operator, we'll take the first question.
Thank you. And just a reminder, if you would like to ask a question, please press *1 at this time. Again, that's *1 to ask a question. Our first question comes from Carl O'Donnell with Reuters. Go ahead, please. Your line is open.
Great. Hi, this is Carl from Reuters. So really two questions. And the first is I just wanted to hear your guys' thoughts on how useful these two newly authorized pills are going to be for combating Omicron, given that it is moving very quickly through the U.S. now. And then I'm also just curious if you can clarify what percentage of people do you think will not be able to take either of the pills given the terms of the authorization? Thank you.
Yeah, Carl, I'm happy to start with Patricia Cavazzoni. So the available data that we have indicate that both Paxlovid and molnupiravir are effective against Omicron. Both drugs interfere with aspects of the virus's replication apparatus, and that apparatus is preserved across variants. When it comes to your second question, I'm going to ask Dr. Farley to chime in.
Sure. So in terms of patients and both of these treatments, for Paxlovid and molnupiravir, healthcare providers need to evaluate a number of factors as they seek to determine which treatment is the most appropriate for an individual patient. And we note that molnupiravir is only authorized in patients for whom alternative COVID-19 treatment options authorized by the agency are not accessible or clinically appropriate. But prior to initiating treatment, healthcare providers and patients need to carefully consider known and potential benefits and risks. And I would note in terms of the oral options that there are some patient populations for whom Paxlovid would be inappropriate. So Paxlovid interacts with other medicines. That can lead to serious or life-threatening adverse reactions. So some of these medicines, which are listed as contraindications in the healthcare provider fact sheet, are fairly commonly used. Paxlovid also is not recommended for patients with severe kidney problems or for patients with severe cirrhosis of the liver. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Operator, we'll take the next question, please.
Yes, our next question comes from Alexander Tin with CBS. Go ahead, please. Your line is open.
Hi, yeah, it's Alexander Tin from CBS. Thanks for taking my question. First, just a follow-up. Can you tell us, some of the AMDEC had voiced concerns that molnupiravir had kind of a theoretical but non-zero risk of creating an escape mutant of the virus. Do you see that as a real potential risk? How did you weigh that risk in this authorization? And then separately, can you talk to us a little bit about how the timing of these decisions came to be? Why was Paxlovid before molnupiravir? And why wasn't the AMDEC consulted? Thanks so much.
Right. So, Alexander, there's a lot to unpack in there, and I'm going to get us started. This is Patricia Cavazzoni. So let's talk about the concern about variants. So in clinical trials for molnupiravir, we observed some emergent variations or variants of the virus on both the active treatment, the molnupiravir, and the placebo arm. We observed more variations on the molnupiravir arm, but they occurred on both on placebo as well. Now the numbers are very small, and we really don't know the significance of these changes right now. This is an area that we're going to be monitoring very closely. We have asked the sponsor, Merck, to monitor very closely, and we'll be receiving more data from Merck, the sponsor, in the months to come. So Based that we really listened to what we heard from our advisor on the advisory committee, who debated this point, and taking all of the information available, we concluded that the known and potential benefits of molnupiravir, including this hypothetical increase in the emerging variants, outweigh the known and potential benefits of molnupiravir outweigh the potential the known and potential risks, including this hypothetical risk of increases in virus variants that may or may not be associated with the drug. I lost track of your other questions, so would you mind sort of repeating them?
Dr. Cavazzoni, maybe I could add a little bit to that question, and then I did remember the second question, so I could start that one. Would that be okay?
Excellent. Wonderful.
Yeah, so this was a challenging benefit-risk consideration, and many of you heard the discussion at the advisory committee. There's a couple of things to consider. First of all, that infection with the virus itself does lead to changes in the virus. And you saw changes in the spike protein of the virus in the placebo arm of the molnupiravir study. They were a bit more frequent in the treated arm, but one of our other considerations was that molnupiravir drops the patient's viral load extremely quickly, and that these patients on molnupiravir should be isolating while they're being treated and until they recover from their illness. So those were some of our other considerations. I think the second question was why we did not take Paxlovid to advisory committee. So generally, at the agency's discretion, we can convene an advisory committee to solicit advice from independent outside experts on complex scientific, technical, and policy issues. And I think you would agree that that was certainly the case for molnupiravir. It was a very rich and extremely helpful discussion for us. The FDA does not always convene an advisory committee in connection with EUA reviews. And in the case of Paxlovid, we did not have particular scientific questions. The FDA received the final data on Paxlovid last week at the time Pfizer issued their press release, and we felt that we needed to proceed expeditiously with the authorization, and we did not have pressing scientific questions that would benefit from advisory committee discussion. Thanks.
Operators, we'll take the next question, please.
Our next question comes from Issam Ahmed with AFP. Go ahead, please. Your line is open.
Yeah, thanks for doing this, and thanks for taking my question. Would you say that, more explicitly, that the Pfizer treatment is preferred for most people unless they meet one of those contraindications, such as liver disease or being on, HIV exposure or so on? And second part was, what's the delivery timeline for molnupiravir? When do we expect to get first shipments, and how much? Thank you.
So as you heard from Dr. Farley, molnupiravir is authorized in situations where other antiviral treatments are not available. So availability of other treatments is the first consideration for prescribers when they are sort of making decisions. And then, as you heard from Dr. Farley earlier, there are some situations in which Paxlovid would not be a preferred choice, including situations where there are interactions with potential interactions or real interactions with other drugs that the patients are taking, and in situations where the patient suffers from severe liver or kidney impairment, for instance.
And the delivery timeline?
So the delivery timelines is something that FDA is really not driving. So there are other parts of the government who are working with the companies to distribute the drug. And so there will be, I'm sure that we will be hearing soon about that. But obviously, everybody's working very actively to get these drugs to patients as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Cavazzoni, just to make an additional comment on the first question, I think keep in mind that the authorized monoclonal antibodies have a very similar authorization to Paxlovid and will remain an important treatment option. They have very solid effectiveness data, but two of these, bamlanivimab and etesevimab, administered together and REGEN-COV, are unlikely to be effective to treat COVID-19 caused by the Omicron variant. We and the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response just issued a statement reminding providers of that this morning. The remaining authorized monoclonal that we expect to retain activity against Omicron, sotrovimab, is anticipated to be in short supply this winter. USG is doing all it can to increase the supply of sotrovimab, but we feel that molnupiravir will be an important treatment option and very appropriate for a number of patients.
Operator, we'll take the next question, please.
Our next question comes from Caroline Johnson with Washington Post. Go ahead, please. Your line is open.
Thanks so much. Given the need to
get benefits of molnupiravir, including this hypothetical increase in the emerging variants, outweigh the known and potential benefits of molnupiravir outweigh the potential, the known and potential risks, including this hypothetical risk of increases in virus variants that may or may not be associated with the drug. I lost track of your other questions, so would you mind sort of repeating them?
Dr. Cavazzoni, maybe I could add a little bit to that question, and then I did remember the second question, so I could start that one. Would that be okay?
Excellent. Wonderful.
Yeah, so this was a challenging benefit-risk consideration, and many of you heard the discussion at the advisory committee. There's a couple of things to consider. First of all, that infection with the virus itself does lead to changes in the virus. And you saw changes in the spike protein of the virus in the placebo arm of the molnupiravir study. They were a bit more frequent in the treated arm, but one of our other considerations was that molnupiravir drops the patient's viral load extremely quickly, and that these patients on molnupiravir should be isolating while they're being treated and until they recover from their illness. So those were some of our other considerations. I think the second question was why we did not take Paxlovid to advisory committee. So generally, at the agency's discretion, we can convene an advisory committee to solicit advice from independent outside experts on complex scientific, technical, and policy issues. And I think you would agree that that was certainly the case for molnupiravir. It was a very rich and extremely helpful discussion for us. The FDA does not always convene an advisory committee in connection with EUA reviews. And in the case of Paxlovid, we did not have particular scientific questions. The FDA received the final data on Paxlovid last week at the time Pfizer issued their press release, and we felt that we needed to proceed expeditiously with the authorization, and we did not have pressing scientific questions that would benefit from advisory committee discussion. Thanks.
Operator, we'll take the next question, please.
Our next question comes from Issam Ahmed with AFP. Go ahead, please. Your line is open.
Yeah, thanks for doing this, and thanks for taking my question. Would you say that, more explicitly, that the Pfizer treatment is preferred for most people unless they meet one of those contraindications, such as liver disease or being on, HIV exposure or so on? And second part was, what's the delivery timeline for molnupiravir? When do we expect to get first shipments and how much? Thank you.
So as you heard from Dr. Farley, molnupiravir is authorized in situations where other antiviral treatments are not available. So availability of other treatments is the first consideration for prescribers when they are sort of making decisions. And then, as you heard from Dr. Farley earlier, there are some situations in which Paxlovid would not be a preferred choice, including situations where there are interactions with potential interactions or real interactions with other drugs that the patients are taking, and in situations where the patient suffers from severe liver or kidney impairment, for instance.
And the delivery timeline?
So the delivery timelines is something that FDA is really not driving. So there are other parts of the government who are working with the companies to distribute the drug. And so there will be, I'm sure that we will be hearing soon about that. But obviously everybody's working very actively to get these drugs to patients as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Cavazzoni, just to make an additional comment on the first question, I think keep in mind that the authorized monoclonal antibodies have a very similar authorization to Paxlovid and will remain an important treatment option. They have very solid effectiveness data, but two of these, bamlanivimab and etesevimab, administered together and REGEN-COV, are unlikely to be effective to treat COVID-19 caused by the Omicron variant. We and the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response just issued a statement reminding providers of that this morning. The remaining authorized monoclonal that we expect to retain activity against Omicron, sotrovimab, is anticipated to be in short supply this winter. USG is doing all it can to increase the supply of sotrovimab, but we feel that molnupiravir will be an important treatment option and very appropriate for a number of patients.
Operator, we'll take the next question, please.
Our next question comes from Caroline Johnson with Washington Post. Go ahead, please. Your line is open.
Thanks so much. Given the need to give this drug as soon as possible after diagnosis, and then with some of the supply constraints you just mentioned of the other treatments, and then with the recommendation this be given kind of as a second-line treatment, can you just walk through how physicians are going to be thinking about how to prioritize patients? And also, will they know when they see a high-risk patient? What's the flow for, for them to prioritize people given the limited array of options here and the fact that this one's definitely supposed to be a second-line treatment, molnupiravir, I mean?
Right. So this is Patricia Cavazzoni. So Dr. Farley has already touched on this as he was addressing earlier questions. So I'm going to turn over to him to see if he has sort of anything to add.
I think there will be some unique populations where molnupiravir will be particularly challenging for people, particularly in the reproductive age group. But the other group, which I think is important, that is an important partner in our response effort, is the NIH Treatment Guidelines Panel. That's a panel of national experts, and we'll be looking to them to opine, particularly on more specific clinical considerations and to provide some clinical recommendations to health
question, please.
Our next question comes from Tom Murphy with the Associated Press. Go ahead, please. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking the question. I just wanted to clarify something you said to an earlier question. So it sounds like you're saying that if the patient could take either drug and both are available, you would recommend that they choose Paxlovid. Is that correct?
We have not said that. There are a host of considerations that a prescriber would need to keep in mind or go through. And the first one is, as you mentioned, is availability. And as you heard from Dr. Farley, there are also situations in which the Paxlovid may not be the first option. And you've heard Dr. Farley talk about drug-to-drug interactions, which in some instances can be serious due to the fact that one of the components of Paxlovid, ritonavir, can interfere with the clearance of other drugs that the patient may be taking. You have also heard that when it comes to Paxlovid, the patients who have severe liver problems or severe kidney problems would not be good candidates for the drug. So as with all clinical decisions and prescribing decisions, physicians will have to really take a number of things into consideration, which is why obviously we strive to provide as much information as possible for prescribers through very exhaustive fact sheets.
Okay, what I had asked though was,
We have time for one more question.
And our last question comes from Cheyenne Haslett with ABC News. Go ahead, please. Your line is open.
Thank you. To follow up on that earlier question, it doesn't seem like the same language was used in the Pfizer pills FDA released yesterday, and that pill obviously shouldn't be used with certain people like those with liver disease. So why that specific language, and do you think that is going to confuse doctors around the country? Because it does seem like it's saying that the preferred treatment is not the Merck pill. And my second question is about vaccinated people and both of these pills, if they are, since they weren't in studies, what the regulations will be like for this applying to vaccinated people.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand your first question. So I will. Could you clarify it? What exactly
the language. Right. I'm asking about the language for the Merck pill and whether or not that will confuse doctors around the country, because it does come across as the patient could take either, that if either drug are available, the patient should take the other drugs before the Merck pill.
Well, what we are saying is that it is a question of availability, but it's also a question of appropriateness of the patient for the specific drug. And so I think that physicians will have to, as we say in the condition of authorizations, physicians will have to, or in the fact sheet, where physicians will have to take all of these issues into consideration. So I think that we have gone through this through previous questions, and it's not as simple as answer as saying, is there anything else available, and therefore I should use another drug, a drug other than molnupiravir. As you heard, there are other factors to be taken into consideration. And I think we have covered them earlier.
And Dr. Cavazzoni, I think it's important we talk a little about vaccinations. So maybe I could.
Yes, I was going to that. Yeah. Okay, you want to take that?
Sure. So while vaccines, particularly after boosting, greatly reduce the risk of hospitalization or death in persons who get infected with the SARS-CoV-2 virus, there were vaccinated patients who became quite ill with COVID-19 during the Delta surge. although it was rare, as we work to understand if there are particular risks.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look here at the White House podium, where we are expecting pretty soon at the top at any moment there, Jen Psaki, to give the final update right before Christmas. And we'll be featuring that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us. A new hour of Live Now from Fox does continue. We're also keeping an eye on the Kim Potter trial as jury deliberations do continue. And this will be the final day before the Christmas holiday break there as well. So will they come back with a verdict today, or could there be another question to the judge? We'll keep an eye of everything inside happening in that Hennepin County courthouse today. Right now, though, I want to go out to Polk County, Florida, where Sheriff Grady Judd was talking about some unfortunate people that got their presents stolen right before Christmas.
Well, there's some children that wouldn't have a Merry Christmas, but we're working with the victim and Polk Sheriff Charities. And the reason this 8 and 11-year-old girl wouldn't have a Merry Christmas is because of this guy. He's a Grinch. We always have to have one, right? There's always one Christmas week that wants me to present them as this year's 2021 Christmas Grinch. Now, obviously, this guy's got eggnog for brains because we have video of him breaking into this house. And let me tell you what happened. At about 7:30 on December the 20th, Mom, a single mom, leaves the house. And at 7:47, just a few minutes later, guess who arrives? Old Grinch himself. Grinch is driving this newer model 4-door dark-colored vehicle. He pulls up, and he goes in and begins to steal packages from under the tree. Okay, eggnog for brains here. Steals the children's gifts. They're only 8 and 11. In addition to that, you see he's sneaking through the house, right? He's in the house. If you notice that plastic in the background, Mom's having some work done on the house, but he's in the sneak mode, you know? And he's sneaking while he's carrying her laptop, her work laptop. He also steals a 36-inch TV. He makes several trips in and out of the house. Well, you say, well, why doesn't the neighbor say something? Well, I wish that they had, but she's had some workers there in and out of the house. Should have been a clue when the dude leaves with the packages. You see, at Christmas time, the way things go, you bring wrapped packages into the house. But I guess that they might have thought that he was taking the wrapped packages someplace else. Well, in fact, he was. He was stealing them and taking them home with him. We need your help. Just think about this. He stole $1,600 worth of items from that house. Crime Stoppers will pay you $2,500 green cash just to tell us who this dude is. That's right. Get another look at him. We're also going to release a video clip. This is called The Grinch from Christmas 2021 with Eggnog Brain. And we want him in jail. Our goal is to recover the Christmas presents. If not, Polk Sheriff Charities is going to work with victim's mom. But if you saw something suspicious in the Longfellow Boulevard area, which is East Lakeland, please call Crime Stoppers. If you recognize this dude, make yourself $2,500, and Crime Stoppers will say Merry Christmas to you. Our goal and your goal should be to work with us so that our wonderful detectives will give him a Christmas present. It's called a Polk County Jail ID card as we book him in and put him in jail for Christmas Day. That's where we want him, in jail for Christmas Day. I appreciate Polk Sheriff Charities and our Polk Sheriff Charity team working together so that we can reconstruct these children's Christmas. They're going to wake up on Christmas with a wonderful Christmas Day present. I want him to wake up in the county jail on Christmas. Give me that for my Christmas present, please.
How did you get in?
He kicked the front door open, pulled up in front of the house, kicked the door open, and started grabbing presents from under the tree. Now, I understand that he didn't have a sheriff on a shelf, or we'd have been watching out for him that day. So, in any event, that's why we need you to help us with Crime Stoppers. We'll put the Grinch in jail. We'll recover the presents. We'll hold him accountable for his outrageous conduct. To steal any time's horrific. To steal from an 8 and 11-year-old child out from under the Christmas tree is horrible. The television came from Mom's bedroom. The laptop was a business laptop, but the presents all wrapped up in his arms here were the baby's presents for Christmas.
You said that he entered the home right after the homeowner left. Was he casing the place?
We have every reason to believe that. Keep in mind there were people in and out doing some work, so we don't know if it's a friend of a friend or a friend of an employee. We'll be following all of that up. Our detectives are working, but arresting him is one thing. Trying to recover the presents at this time, usually that's very difficult. That's why our charity is not waiting to see if we can recover the presents. We're going to make the children whole for Christmas, because that's what Santa Claus wants. Santa Claus wants children to have presents on Christmas, and they are in Polk County. And I'm asking Santa community to give Grady Judd a Christmas present. This guy, I want him in jail on Christmas. Any other questions?
Is this the only case of that?
Such a shame right there, as law enforcement trying to find out just who did that, and trying to offer up a $2,500 reward as well for the capture there of that suspect that tried to ruin Christmas for that family. But you heard there the charity services trying to work with that victim's mom to try to get some Christmas presents back under the tree. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take our first break here of the hour. When we come back, White House briefing just happening right now underway. We'll have it for you in full next on Live Now from Fox. Back out for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Always direct here with you as we bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Next, we're going to go out to the White House briefing that just got underway right now. Let's bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, just a couple of items for you at the top. Today we are announcing we've shipped 350 million COVID-19 vaccine doses to the world. That is more than one dose to the world for every American and more than any other country. Those 300, oh, wrong chart, other chart. Oh, here's the chart, okay. Here's the chart. These 350 million doses have gone to 111 countries and are part of our commitment to share 1.2 billion doses on top of our work on the ground to turn vaccines into vaccinations and bolstering manufacturing capacity at home and abroad. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, we continue to ask that every country and company do their part to get more life-saving vaccines to the world. I just want to pause because I think there's some sort of tone or ringtone or phone happening. Okay. Okay. Great. All right. Well, we'll figure out who that belongs to. Also wanted to note today we received further evidence that our jobs recovery is one of the strongest ever. The average number of Americans filing for unemployment over the last 4 weeks is near its lowest level since 1969. We've added nearly 6 million jobs this year, the most of any first-year president in history, and the number of people receiving unemployment benefits has dropped from around 20 million to around 2 million since President Biden took office. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and our successful vaccination program, Americans are back at work at a record-setting pace, and we are not in the same place we were at in the beginning of the pandemic. And families have more money in their pockets. Americans on average have nearly $100 more in their pockets each month than they did last year after accounting for inflation. And we're obviously going to continue to build on this moving forward as well. Last piece to announce, today Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announced $241 million in grant funding to improve ports at 25 projects across the country through the Port Infrastructure Development Program. These grants demonstrate rapid action on commitments in the Biden-Harris Port Action Plan. Investing in our infrastructure will strengthen our supply chains, help speed the flow of goods, and lower prices for Americans. And that's more important. Did you get what I did there? Port, yep. Investments to come thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. I didn't even do that. Someone on my team did, but it's still funny. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So President Biden last night said in sort of the most direct terms that he would support a filibuster carve-out for voting rights. What made him decide to come out publicly with that direct wording? And then is he lobbying any senators to come along with him on that? Obviously, there are people that on that issue.
Sure. Well, to go to, in case you all didn't see the interview the president did with ABC that aired last night, and more pieces were out this morning, the president was asked, and just to, so everyone has the phrasing of what he said, so you support a carve-out of the filibuster for voting rights. Well, I don't think we may have to go to that far, but I would. If it's the only thing standing between getting voting rights legislation passed and not getting passed is the filibuster, I support making the exception of voting rights for the filibuster. So just so everybody has the full context. The president has spoken to his view, his strong view that getting voting rights legislation passed is a fundamental priority for him. It's something that is essential so that people across the country are able to exercise their right to vote, to participate in the democratic process. That's something he has always believed, always been committed to. As he said in his answer last night, we may not have to go to that, but he is prepared to support changes if that's the only thing standing in the way of getting this done.
And then President Putin's press conference earlier, does the White House have a response to his assertion that it's actually the West that is promoting tensions in the region, and also his demands that Russia receive assurances NATO won't accept Ukraine?
Well, facts are a funny thing, and facts make clear that the only aggression we're seeing at the border of Russia and Ukraine is the military buildup by the Russians and the bellicose rhetoric from the leader of Russia. I would also note that also this morning, and I know we just did a background briefing on this as well, in that press conference, President Putin said he was encouraged by, and I'm paraphrasing here, the fact that there will be diplomatic talks, plans for diplomatic talks in January. We also believe that that is the best path and the right path forward. The third thing I would just note is that NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not an aggressive alliance. There is no evidence to the contrary, to suggest anything to the contrary from the United States or NATO members. And of course, our efforts are to work with and defend our NATO partners. Go ahead, Brian Major.
President Putin also said that there has been an agreement to have a meeting in Geneva in January. Can you confirm that?
There has not been a final agreement on the location or timing at this point in time.
Why not? And why do you think he would say that if that's not true? Is he trying to sandbag you?
I can't speak to what President Putin's motivation is at any point in time, certainly not today. We are working towards diplomatic talks. There have been proposals put forward by the Russians. Some we would agree with, some we certainly wouldn't agree with. Obviously, on the NATO example is a good example of that. And we're working to finalize what they'll look like. We also agree diplomatic conversations are the right path forward.
Is this January time schedule more likely than not, since he's entered it publicly?
We have also said that we are looking ahead to talks in early January.
Why can't you confirm it then?
Because we haven't finalized the details of them yet.
I'm not sure if this has been asked before, but it's getting closer to the deadline of January 5th. Does the administration have a point of view on the alarm raised by the airline industry with the 5G regulations going in and the assertion by some airlines that if they can't use the altimeter at about 40 airports, there will be delays, cancellations, disruptions to the flow of airline passengers and their ability to fly around the country?
I have seen reports of that. I have not actually talked with our team about that. I can do that, Major, and get you a better assessment from our economic team.
Thanks, Jen.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You too. Eve.
Eve, yes. So why is the president saying about this new variant, nobody saw it coming, nobody in the world, if that's not true?
Well, first I would say that nobody knew that there would be the number of different variants. Nobody knew exactly how transmissible they would be. We, of course, knew that there would be additional variants at some point coming. We didn't know what they would look like. But we've been preparing for a range of contingencies all along throughout this process. That's why we have had ample vaccine supply. That's why we have had ample mask supply, and why we have worked to ramp up aggressively our testing over the past few months.
Okay, and then about the testing and the contingencies, why is it that you guys are promising 500 million tests next month if you haven't even signed a contract to buy the tests?
Well, we have no concern about the contract being finalized. We're just working to finalize the contracts. We just announced this 2 days ago. But there's we don't see any issue or any halt to getting that done and to finalizing that. That's a natural part of the process. What I can tell you, Peter, about the process to date, because I know there's been a lot of questions about this, is that when we saw a surge in demand in Delta, we took additional action to expand the over-the-counter test market. You may not remember this, but if you look back to the period pre-Delta, actually a lot of these testing companies, there was so little demand, they were laying people off around the country and around the world because there was not demand. What the president also did was use the Defense Production Act to invest $3 billion to ensure we were upping the market so the market would have the capacity to produce more tests. And also, as you know, the FDA approved 8 tests. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the capacity to do what we're doing for January.
But if it's so easy to get the tests, why don't people have them now? Who here decided that Americans were going to want to have access to these tests in January as opposed to now before they go home for Christmas?
Well, Peter, what we've been doing over the course of the last 4 months, even before the president's announcement 2 days, is massively increasing our testing capacity, quadrupling since the summer. And what the announcement was the president made just 2 days ago was making the biggest investment of certainly for us and probably from any country in the world, to address what we see as a surge in demand for tests. This is not just happening in the United States. This is happening all around the world where there is not enough testing capacity, and we have taken steps that are more significant than any country in the world so that we could have the testing needed to meet what people are looking for.
And as we understand it, there's going to be a website that people can go to starting next week. There are a lot of Obama alum that work here. Is anybody that was involved?
Don't know any of them.
Yeah. Is anybody that was involved in the creation of healthcare.gov going to be involved in the creation of this new website?
Well, I don't know all the staffing particulars about the creation of the website. What I can tell you is that we've been planning for the website to be ready when tests start to be ready. And the website will ensure tests are available equitably and that they will be obtained with ready access. That is what we're trying to do as we are finalizing the design of the website. We're obviously not going to put the website up until there are tests available.
Okay, and then just one final topic. Is the president taking crime in big cities more seriously now that a Democratic member of Congress, Mary Gay Scanlon, has been carjacked at gunpoint?
Well, let me first say that we're relieved that she was not injured, and the president called her and spoke with her this morning as well. It is absolutely unacceptable for any American, whether they're a member of Congress or not, to be victimized by crime like that. We have been stepping up federal law enforcement efforts for some time now, obviously prior to this carjacking, and we're giving communities historic levels of funding through the rescue plan to fight crime, make neighborhoods safer by supporting programs to interrupt violence, hiring additional law enforcement officers, and providing them with the resources and tools they've asked for. We're also helping communities through initiatives like the COPS program, which is putting 1,000 more cops on the beat. And the president's proposal in his budget is to add almost $300 billion in funding for these programs, more than it was even under the last president.
And so just, if I may, final one. If the president is giving big cities historic levels of funding and members of Congress are going home and getting carjacked at gunpoint, then what else can the president do, or what else is the president going to do to keep people safe?
Well, this is a priority for the president. I want to be clear that this proposal for additional funding for the COPS program has been something the president proposed several months ago. Obviously, we'd love to get that passed in the budget next year. We'd love to continue to step up a range of the programs we've had around the country, strike forces that have been helping individual cities, working with law enforcement partnerships to help individual cities, and that's something we're going to continue to do. The president has never supported defunding the police. He's always been an advocate for adequate funding and ensuring that police departments and community policing programs have exactly what they need. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to follow up on Alex's question on the filibuster, and I'm curious how the White House is going to deal with the slippery slope issue. We obviously already sidestepped the filibuster for the debt ceiling. What is the president going to say to Democrats who say if voting rights is important enough for a filibuster exception, why not gun violence? Why not climate change or immigration?
Well, he's happy to have that conversation with Democrats, and certainly we expect that to be a part of the conversations that will be had in the year ahead. The president was asked about voting rights specifically and the filibuster specifically. He said, I would just reiterate that he doesn't think we'll have to go that far, but he was very crystal clear in his answer that he supports making the exception of voting rights for the filibuster, as was the question. I think the key piece we know at this point in time, which you know, is there aren't enough votes to change the Senate rules at this point in time. There are different ranges of options they're discussing in terms of rule changes, and we'll see where that ends up in January.
So is the president open to also having a filibuster exception for those other Democratic priorities?
I'll let the president speak for himself. He was asked a specific question. I think he answered it pretty clearly.
Okay, and one other topic. The president said that he is meeting with his team to discuss potentially lifting the travel ban on those southern African countries. Is there any update about that?
I don't have an update this moment. I would just reiterate for you that this was never intended to be permanent. It was intended to be temporary, and lifting it is certainly our intention. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask, I guess the government contracts for the 500 million tests specify that they would be for the January to March period. So does that mean that the goal of the administration is to have them all manufactured and distributed in the first quarter, or just manufactured? Or
it's a great question. What I know here is that we expect to get the first set of the 500 million in early January, and we expect that the rest will come in the weeks to follow. I would be surprised if it was that distribution was required in that time, but I will check with our team to see.
Also, some epidemiologists have criticized the administration for not being as focused on masking, and I wondered if the administration is considering, for example, sending N95 masks to Americans, which would have a longer use time as opposed to the testing.
We have an abundance of masks at our disposal in the federal government, and we work with community health centers, rural health centers, a range of medical organizations to make sure that people have the supplies they need. And if that's something that, as we're engaging with a governor or a local health official, they need, we have ample supply in the government. So we are just addressing needs as they come up, but we have not seen a shortage at this point in time. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, just jumping on what Peter had said, another thing that the president said in his interview was, I wish I had thought about ordering 500 million tests 2 months ago. And I just wondered, I mean, we all knew variants were on the rise, the Christmas holiday season was coming. Why didn't anyone think of it in advance?
Well, I would say we did take steps to rapidly increase our testing capacity as of the summer. And I would just go back to kind of the chain of events here to remind people of, and we forget, June was a long time ago, but before the Delta variant was on the rise, there was not a demand for testing in this country. There really wasn't. Then Delta obviously increased the demand. We also had to take steps as a federal government to build up the market because the market wasn't there to meet if the demand rose. What the president did with the Defense Production Act is to do exactly that, investing $3 billion several months ago to make sure we were building up the market, to make sure we had the capacity. There wouldn't have been 500 billion tests to order several months ago. So the $3 billion investment, the use of the Defense Production Act, actually increased capacity in the market. And that allowed us to quadruple our testing capacity and allowed us to get to this point where we're able to make the significant order that we made. I would also note that I said before, though, that, and also the FDA authorized 5 new at-home tests since October. So the fact that there's additional tests available has also meant that there's additional capacity out there and different kinds of tests we can order from. Go ahead.
Jen, just to follow up on that, because it is the president who said himself that he wishes that he had thought about this idea 2 months ago. And public health experts have been saying for months, including 2 months ago, that there was not enough testing supply. So why did nobody think of this, or did the president miss the mark here?
I think what I conveyed just to Alex, but I'm happy to reiterate to you, is that the president and the team did take steps to increase capacity. Of course, if there would have been 500 billion tests and we would have known that there were these, very transmissible variants, that's one thing. But the president knew that we needed to increase testing capacity. That's why he used the Defense Production Act to expand the supply of at-home tests. Without that, we wouldn't have the supply in the market. I think the facts here are, though, important. I understand what you're asking, but I've answered it a couple of times. I'm trying to give you the facts and details so you can share them with your viewers. So using the Defense Production Act, without that and without 5 approved tests that have happened since October, there wouldn't have been the supply to order then. Those are all pieces that are important components of the process here. That's what I'm trying to convey.
I guess, is the president not aware that there were these supply constraints? Because he's saying yesterday that he wishes he had thought of this 2 months ago. Is he not aware that there wasn't the supply at the time to purchase those 500
million?
Well,
the president wouldn't have taken the steps in September and October he had taken if we weren't aware that we needed to have increased supply. But also there wasn't the demand back in June for it, right? And Delta changed the mentality in the public for understandable reasons. And the fact that there were only a couple of approved tests just before October, there were only about 3 on the market, right, that we could have tapped into. The president using the Defense Production Act and investing $3 billion allowed for there to be an increase in production so we could order the huge number of supply that we're ordering now.
Bigger picture here on Omicron, the president acknowledged yesterday that perhaps the government's response has fallen short in some regards. He said nothing's been good enough. You could argue we should have known a year ago, 6 months ago, 2 months ago. So did the administration do enough to prepare for Omicron, or is there now an understanding that perhaps there was more you could have done?
Well, I think what the president was acknowledging, which he said in his speech a couple days ago as well, is that we're not where we need to be on testing. No one is saying we are. That's why we have tried to take additional rapid steps and be as bold and ambitious as we can with the available supply that is on the market. In terms of what steps were taken, when Omicron was discovered, which was right around Thanksgiving, right, we took urgent action on travel, told Americans to get their booster or vaccine. That Monday, the president addressed the country to where we were with the virus. That Thursday, he released a winter plan. CDC has hosted at least 24 standing meetings or briefings on Omicron. CDC established a new standing Omicron conference call that includes more than 250 state, local, tribal, and territorial health officials. And so we've taken a number of rapid steps as soon as we knew that this was a variant, even before it hit the United States.
And lastly, you guys have been sharing former President Trump's message recently on boosters, and I'm wondering, given the former president's apparent change in tune on this issue over the last week, has there been any renewed contact between President Biden and the former president or your teams?
No, but we are grateful that the former president got the booster. We're also grateful that he made clear in a recent interview that they're effective and they're safe. And that's an important message for anyone to hear. This is not a partisan issue. This is about saving lives, communicating accurate information, pushing back against inaccurate information. And in this particular case, the former president did that. Go ahead.
With the former president defending vaccines, Tuesday, President Biden mentioned that's one of the only things that he actually agrees with Trump on. Would the White House consider a partnership with the former president to get some of those folks that are vaccine hesitant to actually get the jab?
I don't know that we think it requires a partnership. I think we believe that, the former president being out there and stating what is factually accurate about the efficacy of vaccines, of getting boosted, which he recently did, of course, is a good thing, right? And it's a good thing to have a range of voices out there. Democrats, Republicans, independents, celebrities, non-celebrities, whomever people will be listening to out in the country. We continue to believe that the most effective voices are local voices, local people. That's who everybody listens to, people in their community, your neighbor, your friend, your cousin, your pediatrician. But certainly we would applaud and have the former president's comments.
And with regards to the new initiative, how many tests will each American be able to get?
It's a great question. It's something that we're looking to finalize guidance on, and we'll have that available as soon as it's ready.
So lastly, you talked about the rise in Delta and Omicron and how, there were steps taken based off that. Yeah. But what we heard from some viewers is that, look, they feel like...
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Again, why wasn't there some foresight? Or for them, it seems like there might not have been foresight with meeting the demand of the holiday season.
Well, I don't think last Christmas people were rushing to get tests because I don't think there were. Maybe there was one, I'm not sure, over-the-counter approved test. Last Christmas, there were not vaccines available to the country, right? And what the CDC was advising was that people should not even gather with their family members. Certainly, they shouldn't travel. Now we're at the point where 200 million Americans are fully vaccinated. We have ample vaccines. We have ample boosters. We have supply of masks. We just ordered a historic-sized set of tests so that people can have those across the country. And even without that, we've sent 50 million tests out to community health centers. We've opened 20,000 testing sites. We've worked with FEMA. We're opening more testing sites across the country. So people will be able to gather with their family members. Are we through the pandemic? No, we're not. But we are in a very different place than we were 1 year ago today. Go ahead.
Can I ask, Intel found itself in some hot water overnight over a statement they put out around supply chains in Xinjiang, and they're worried. And then they had to apologize to China and the Chinese people. Of course, the U.S. views what's happening in Xinjiang as a genocide, as you called it. How concerned are you that more American companies are going to find themselves sort of trapped in this situation, in particular with the signing of the Uyghur bill today by the president?
Well, I can't speak to the specific situation with one company, but I can say as a general matter that we believe the private sector and the international community should oppose the PRC's weaponizing of its markets to stifle support for human rights. We also think that American companies should never feel the need to apologize for standing up for fundamental human rights or opposing repression. As we've said before, we call on all industries to ensure that they are not sourcing products that involve forced labor, including forced labor from Xinjiang. The reality is that companies that fail to address forced labor and other human rights abuses in their supply chains face serious legal risk, reputational and customer risks, not just in the United States, but in Europe and other regions of the world. So that's broadly how we feel.
Say briefly whether anyone in the administration spoke with any Chinese counterparts before the signing of this bill. Is there a concern that China will be upset by the president signing this bill? Was there any effort to smooth that over or not smooth it over?
We had announced our support or intention to sign the bill. I can certainly check if there was any diplomatic engagement around that, but that was, of course, prior to today. And certainly we have made no secret of our concerns. The president has spoken to them. We worked and gathered the G7 leaders to sign a statement on this about the human rights abuses in Xinjiang. So I don't know that it's a surprise.
Why did he sign it on camera?
He signs bills on camera, off camera, sometimes on camera. We support the bill, and obviously we've been leading the effort in the world to call out human rights abuses. I would go ahead.
Yeah, with seeing the spread of the Omicron variant, can you speak to changes that you all here at the White House have made? I know yesterday we saw a number of the CEOs and other folks that the president met with virtually. Have you guys reduced the footprint in the White House, a return to Zoom meetings? Can you talk all about White House changes?
We already had very strict protocols in place here at the White House, above and beyond what even is advised by the CDC. Obviously, we all wear masks. Anytime you're going to meet with the president, you are tested. Anytime you're going to travel with the president, you are tested. There are probably fewer people here as people have joined their families for the holidays, but we haven't made any policy changes at this point in time. If it's advised by the CDC, we would do, and certainly we will continue to evaluate what we need to do to keep people in the workplace safe.
The Zoom meeting yesterday was like a safety precaution, would you say, or was it a logistical reason?
We actually do meetings with CEOs or others frequently on Zoom. Sometimes it's harder for them to travel, but I'm not aware of that decision being made for safety reasons.
And I noticed yesterday the NEC director was wearing a mask as he sat on the stage opposite the president. Was there a particular reason? I know he was very far away from President Biden.
We wear masks in meetings. That is what we do in the White House, or have been doing in the White House, and that has been our protocol. Go ahead.
Civil rights activists are calling for action on voting rights legislation by MLK Day. Does the president believe that's realistic or possible, and is he committed to that timeline?
The president is going to continue to work with Leader Schumer and his team and other Democrats in the Senate to move this forward. I'm not going to give a new timeline or an additional timeline from here. Certainly know there are a lot of passionate advocates out there who have been out there protesting and calling for movement on this. We agree with and understand that, but we'll be working in lockstep with Leader Schumer's office and moving it forward.
We've now seen the second COVID-19 treatment pill approved by the government. What is the administration doing to make sure there aren't shortages, or that they can address the already existing shortages of those pills? And can you just clarify, will both pills be free for all Americans?
I believe so, and I will quadruple check that, but that has always been our approach. I would note that what we have done is we have purchased 10 million of the Pfizer doses. We know that just over 250,000 of those will be available in January. We will not get the full package of that, I think, until the summer. We've also purchased 3 million Merck doses, which were just approved today, and we expect to get the majority of those by the end of January. I think it's important to note what Dr. Fauci has said a number of times, just in terms of expectations for the American people. It's a very complicated synthetic process to make specifically the Pfizer antiviral. All tools are on the table, including the use of the Defense Production Act to get Pfizer the things they need to produce this antiviral as quickly as possible, but it takes a significant amount of time to do that. That's just science, and we have purchased as much as we can purchase, but we just want to set that expectation. The most important step people can take is to get vaccinated and get boosted.
And just really quickly on the Fed vacancies, because I have to ask, do you expect a decision before the end of the year?
I don't have any update for you, but I know we're eager to get those out to all of you, especially the many who are very focused on, understandably. Go ahead.
In that interview with ABC, the president was asked about vaccine requirements possibly for domestic travel, and he said that the team deemed it not necessary. What is the logic of having it necessary for international travel, whether it's Americans or foreigners, with testing and vaccine requirements, but not for domestic travel when you see the numbers of travelers, especially right now during the holidays?
Sure. I would say that we still require masks on airplanes, of course. We've also increased the fee on if people do not wear masks on airplanes. In terms of international travel, part of the effort has been related to the number of variants that are out there, and we see them differently. Rules, as you know, for international travels are different because international travelers must be vaccinated and tested within 1 day of departure to help keep COVID cases out of this country and delay any new possible variant from coming into the country. So we have not at this point, aside from masking, put in place additional steps for domestic travel.
A question on Russia. A few days ago, I think you said that you didn't want to put a deadline on those negotiations, those talks, and how it goes forward with the situation at the border with Ukraine. Does that mean that you guys are okay with the status quo? Like, how long is this can this situation be tenable, even if Russia doesn't take that extra step of aggression?
We have talks that will be in January. We just haven't finalized the details of those, so that's really the next step.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, thanks everyone. Merry Christmas to those who celebrate.
That was the update from the White House. You're watching Live Now from Fox. When we come back here, we'll get you out to New York talking about holiday safety travel tips. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to New York City as the New York City Department of Transportation coming together to remind drivers this holiday season. Really shouldn't have to remind them during the holidays, but really every day. If you've been drinking, do not get behind the wheel, or if you've been doing drugs, please do not get behind the wheel.
From the DOT. Driving while intoxicated or under the influence is never okay. I repeat, it is never okay. It's not a little bit okay. It is never okay. And as New Yorkers enjoy this holiday season and spend time with family and friends, there's always an increased risk of drunk driving. With the legalization of cannabis, we have a further problem. And it's more important than ever to educate drivers on what's safe. So we're launching a new media campaign to remind drivers that cannabis is now legal to possess, but it's still illegal, I repeat, illegal and dangerous to drive under its influence. We're going to have a campaign featured on social media and streaming on radio stations. And the basic point is that driving under the influence of cannabis slows your reaction times, distorts your perception, and impairs your coordination. Don't do it. We also want to address the role of automated enforcement in our efforts to make Vision Zero more effective. I want to thank the governor and Assembly Member Simon and Senator, and our State Senator Brian Kavanaugh for their hard work in getting the WIM legislation passed. The governor signed it last night. For the first time, we have automated enforcement against oversized trucks on the BQE. But that's just the beginning. We need the authority to enforce our laws using automated devices anywhere and everywhere that it's possible. And the next order of business has to be to get 24/7 authority for speed cameras. 30% of the fatal crashes occur within the range of those cameras at times when they aren't allowed to be operated. That has to change. So we thank the governor for what she's done, but we look forward to more in the new year and the year ahead. So our message is we want all New Yorkers to have a safe holiday. Our friends at the New York Police Department will be extra vigilant, but the message is simple. If you're going to drink or you're going to smoke or imbibe cannabis in any other way, walk, use mass transit, call a taxi, or just stay home. But don't get behind the wheel and risk ruining the holiday and ruining life and ending life for yourself, your family, and fellow New Yorkers. This is our responsibility to each other. Now, I want to thank from the DOT Kim Wiley-Schwartz, Julia Kite-Laidlaw, and Michelle Villar for their work on the Vision Zero education and outreach program and its marketing. And now it's my pleasure to invite Deputy Transportation Chief Michael Pilecki to discuss what the New York PD is going to be doing in terms of endorsement. Chief?
Thank you, Commissioner Gutman. Happy holidays to all of you and your loved ones. The NYPD this season, all of our traffic safety assets will be deployed in unison with our government partners this holiday season to ensure that everyone who walks, bikes, drives, and travels in the city of New York can do so safely. Our NYPD highway patrol units, represented behind me here with our commanding officer, Inspector G, and two of our fine highway officers, in addition to our precinct personnel, will be adding extra layers of enforcement across all 5 boroughs. We're raising awareness about the dangers of impaired driving and other poor choices that motorists make behind the wheel. We're asking all New Yorkers to share in the responsibility of keeping our roads and highways safe this holiday season. Only by working together can we maintain one another's well-being as well as celebrate the joys of the holiday season. I'd like to thank Commissioner Gutman for his leadership as the DOT Commissioner and a terrific Vision Zero partner, and we're very much looking forward to working with Commissioner Rodriguez, who has a vast amount of experience in this area. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. It is now my privilege to welcome to the podium our once present and future TLC Commissioner. Aloysi, could you say a few words?
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to acknowledge and thank our fellow agencies. So again, good morning, and thank you to our Vision Zero partner agencies here today who can help spread the word to fellow New Yorkers about the deadly consequences of driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. After almost 2 years of coping with a very difficult pandemic, New Yorkers and visitors who come to our city during the holiday season are eager to reunite with family and friends and to take advantage of all that our great city has to offer. But we want everyone in New York to gather and celebrate safely, and that means not getting behind the wheel after using alcohol or drugs. We are so lucky in New York City to have a robust set of transportation alternatives that make driving after a night out unnecessary. Our public transit network, including subway, buses, and commuter rail, is the most extensive in the nation. And of course, New York City has the very best professional drivers in the world. TLC licensed drivers, our taxi, green cab, livery, and black car drivers meet rigorous safety standards for licensure, including extensive background checks and safety training. With over 170,000 TLC licensed drivers, there is never a reason for New Yorkers and visitors to consider getting behind the wheel while under the influence. Instead, we can just step outside and raise an arm, make a phone call, or tap our smartphones to get a car. Riding in a TLC licensed vehicle with a professional driver at the helm will always be a safer option and a smarter option than driving while under the influence of alcohol or drugs. I urge New Yorkers and visitors to keep this in mind, especially throughout the holidays. Thank you for spreading the word far and wide, and I wish you all a very happy and safe holiday season. Thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now it is my unique pleasure to introduce another important partner and my successor as DOT Commissioner. For the past year, it has been my privilege to work closely with and to partner with Ydanis Rodriguez in his role as the chair of the Council's Transportation Committee. I think our first public appearance together was in the dead of winter, installing the first of our bike racks in the Bronx. And just this past week, we gathered together at Quisqueya Plaza, where we announced that that plaza, A, was being renamed, and B, was being made permanent. And that was really a celebration of something that I know that the council member had worked on for a very long time. So I couldn't be happier that he is going to be assuming the role that I've been privileged to serve the last year. I wish him the absolute best of luck and my full support and whatever assistance he may need or want as he becomes the next DOT Commissioner. So, Commissioner, please take the podium.
Well, thank you, everyone. As the commissioner knows, and the whole team of DOT, from press, engineers, governmental relations, know that our relationship has been a relationship for 12 years. 8 of those years have been years as my previous other role that I have up to now as a chairman of the Transportation Committee. The same thing with the NYPD. You know, I'm listening the new person in charge, you know, of transportation when it comes to Vision Zero. And I'm just thinking about Chief Morris, you know, someone that I know very loved one, not only among the men and women in blue, but among the whole city of New York that unfortunately we lost as a result of COVID. So I think that, you know, there's a lot that we have to think about it this day. This is like a unique, you know, moment where it's not only about individuals that we lost last year because of crashes, the commitment that we had to reduce this number in this holiday, but it's also about the loved one, friends, family that we lost as a result of COVID. So I think that in the name of everyone that we have lost in the two epidemics, the epidemic of COVID is something that I know with the support and collaboration we will have, we will defeat it. But the epidemic of crashes, especially hit and run, is another one that also we should pledge that we should bring all those resources to defeat it too. I want to thank Commissioner Goldman for all the work he has done alongside the Department of Transportation team in moving our transportation system in the right direction. Every year, I'm proud to join the DOT, NYPD, and TLC in discussing the importance of ensuring all New Yorkers are doing their part to keep each other safe on the road. As we all know, the incoming holidays bring many challenges. This is a special moment. Holidays as a moment where we as a family, as a friends, as New Yorkers, as visitors, we come together, we celebrate, we go around, We got to go out and have some drink. But when people drink, when people are also doing other things, they should not.
Some important tips right there going into this busy Christmas weekend here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today. We're going to take our final break of the hour, but when we come back, we're going to show you a fast-thinking TSA officer in New Jersey. Find out why she is being hailed a hero. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you top stories, headlines, and today's talkers right here as we continue to roll out and give you these top stories. Let's go out to New Jersey. This is all caught on camera. Take a look at this, everyone. This is a fast-thinking TSA officer that was on the job, newly hired at Newark Airport, and she helped save a choking baby's life. Take a look at this video here. As you can see, that officer going just right there to the rescue and really taking it upon herself. This is Cecilia Morales. She heard people screaming for help and knew she had to act quickly. Great job by her, and you don't hear too often about these good stories surrounding this time of year. So that is great to see that. Fast thinking, jumping over the conveyor belt there and getting to that baby, helping to save that life. Awesome job, no doubt about that. Again, TSA officer Cecilia Morales heard people screaming. She knew what to do. She had to act quickly, and that is exactly what she did, everyone. All right, great job by her. Let's continue on here. We got an event in New York City. We got Mayor Bill de Blasio speaking. Let's see what he has to say.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. It is a good afternoon. It is a good afternoon because something very good is happening today for Brooklyn and for all of New York City. And I just want to start by saying we have been through a lot these last 2 years. We've been through a whole lot. But I got to tell you, as my time as your mayor comes to an end, I am just so proud of all of you. I'm so proud of the people of this city, because you have had everything thrown at you, but you have shown strength. You've shown compassion for each other. You've been there for each other. You've shown that incredible spirit that New York City brings. And tough as it's been, this city has kept fighting back every step along the way. So I want everyone to look around at the good people around you, all of whom have been part of one of the most challenging moments in the entire history of the city, and you have shown such strength. Look around and give your neighbor a round of applause. And to the young people of Park Slope, of Brooklyn, we are doing this for you. We love you. We want to make something special, even more special for you. Let's give the youth, our future, let's give them a round of applause. So this is very, very symbolic, to say the least, that we are standing in front of a site where the American revolutionary forces literally had their backs to the wall, and where the fate of the American Revolution hung in the balance. You know, most of us aren't taught this history fully enough. This is literally one of the most important sites of the entire American Revolution. And at that moment, it looked like the British Army, in all its strength, the Imperial Army, was going to win the day. And a group of very noble soldiers held here at the Old Stone House and allowed most of the American forces to escape and go across the river to Manhattan and survive and live to fight another day. And that is one of the reasons why the American forces won the revolution, overthrew imperialism and monarchy, and created a democracy and the greatest nation in the world. So much of that happened right here in Brooklyn, right here. And this site has been lovingly cared for by Kim and so many other good people to give it the attention and respect it deserves. Let's thank them. Let's thank everyone who's been part of the Old Stone House. I also got to tell you, over the years, a lot of us have tried to support the Old Stone House and everything around it. The park used to be a little funky. The playground was not the most modern playground, but Brad worked on it. I worked on it when I was in city council. We got a beautiful playground. And also behind us, we've got field turf where it used to just be concrete. That was one of the last things I did as a council member. Marty, you remember that. And so this whole area has blossomed. So to me, it's also a homecoming. 20 years ago, I went into New York City Council representing this neighborhood. And it was my deepest honor to be part of this neighborhood with so many good people, and we did a lot together. And my kids went to middle school right there, MS 51. Right there. Who loves MS 51? Okay, quiz. If you go to MS 51 or you went to MS 51, raise your hand. Okay, what is the other name of the school? Who was William Alexander? You don't know. Okay, don't be so honest. Who was William Alexander? A general who did what? Who was William Alexander? Okay, this is why we're here. William Alexander was a general who led the troops who held this house against the British Army and held off the British Army so the American forces could escape and continue to fight for our freedom. Very important person in history, and we've got to celebrate people like that who hundreds of years ago helped make the life we have today possible. So this is another example why the Old Stone House matters so deeply. And in a moment, we are going to do something special to show this city's devotion to this site and what it will mean for the future, because we need to learn this history and it will inspire us. The American Revolutionary Forces went through hell, but they kept fighting, they held on. Just like the people of this city went through so much during COVID, but kept fighting, held on. This is who we are as New Yorkers. And I want to now turn to a great New Yorker who has put her heart and soul into this place. And when Kim first came along, it was a beautiful place, an important place, but this was a house that needed some work. And she organized people with her incredible energy and persistence and helped make it something greater and brought in thousands and thousands of people to experience it. And that has been a blessing for our community. So for all she has done, she has my eternal thanks. She has led the way in making the Old Stone House so great for all of us. Let us welcome Kim Mayer, everyone.
Thank you. So it's great to meet you all. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Kim Mayer. I'm the executive director here at the House, and this is my 18th year here in the park. Wow. So, and yes, it will show you what relentless nagging will get you. It's been my honor and pleasure to be part of this whole experience, starting with Councilmember de Blasio's first phase of renovations to the park, Commissioner Marr's eternal support to show me how things get done, and our incredible board here at the Old Stone House who have really stuck with us and been so open-minded about really being open to the community and taking a look at what it really means to be a public history organization, to be connected to the public, and to think about what makes us relevant as an organization. Because yes, the Battle of Brooklyn is a story of resilience, and it was a very critical moment in our history, but it's also a lesson we can all learn from for the future, because our choices and our actions are what move us forward as a city, as a community, and as a nation overall. So I hope that you all know that your voice is important, and you can really make a difference. If you decide there's something that you would like to see happen in your community, you can make it work, because all of these people have helped us do that here. And I just want to thank Councilmember Carroll for funding our future. He's done some sustainability, Assemblymember Carroll, and some sustainability work that we're going to be doing, workforce training in the future. And Mike Graciopo from CB6 for being supportive. Joanna and Mark from the BID, Tim from the Civic Council, and our neighbors at MS51, Neil Singh, principal, and John McEnany, who's done so much to really create great culture and bring people to the park. And I just want to thank all the neighbors that are here today for being part of our park community and keeping an eye out for us. And, you know, we just can't do it without you. So thank you for this, and thank you all for being here.
Assemblymember Carroll, I did not see you behind the mask. Thank you for all you have done, and thank you for the partnership with our team throughout. And John McEnany, where are you? There you are. Taught my kids at MS51. I'm feeling young again. Thank you for everything. So Brad Lander has done an amazing job representing this district. I had the honor of representing it before him. And now he is off to do some great work for this city and be one of the consciences of this city as our next comptroller. But he has, whatever he does, and I give him a lot of credit for this, he puts his full energy into it. We just saw it with the amazing Gowanus rezoning, which is something great for this community and for the future and for affordable housing and keeping jobs in the community. So a lot of respect for the work he's done, and a warm congratulations for the next role he'll play as our comptroller. Welcome, Brad Lander.
Woo, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, MS51 and Old Stone House and Brooklyn. I'm feeling very emotional here today as well. Like the mayor, I'm in my final days as your city council member. Like the mayor, my kids went to MS51, both of them, and had John McEnany as a teacher and assistant principal Stanislaus, and we're so excited by the principal Neil Singh and all what you're leading, and played for hours and hours and hours on this place when it was not so great. And as the turf got created and as the playground came to be, just each time got better and better and better. And so the people who have been stewards of this community, we feel an enormous personal sense of real gratitude to. And like, all of the public investments are amazing. The ones that nurtured your family and your community feel really sacred to you. So I'm feeling a little emotional this morning. As the mayor said, this place is very special. We're at a pivot point in history. We're at a transition between administrations, and that's very significant. The peaceful transfer of power in a democracy, sadly, is not something that we know we can even take for granted. So we honor that moment. We think of it as critical.
All All right, everybody, we are stepping in right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here, but we do have some breaking news that we want to get to right now. A verdict has been reached in the Kim Potter trial. That's according to Fox 9's Paul Bloom, just putting that out there right now. And so what we'll do is have full coverage right now and just recap everything that has been happening, of course, in this case right now, and it's really captivated the country as this was very heavily watched. But Paul Bloom just tweeting out moments ago that the jury has reached a verdict, and it's going to be read 1:30 local time, so that's 2:30 out on the East Coast in open court. And that it's according to his courtroom sources there. So that is the major update, and we'll stay with it right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to break down everything that is happening here, of course, in this trial. This is something that this was entering now and going past day 4 of deliberations for these jury members. And this was going to be the final day that jury members were going to have before the holiday break, and the judge was giving them the next day, tomorrow, off for Christmas Eve, and then they weren't going to do anything into the weekend as well. But now we have a verdict that has been reached, and just last week we were showcasing Kim Potter, who was on the stand in her own defense. And she was there breaking down, really talking about everything that she happened in that moment leading up to, and then from the point of when it happened, that shooting where she said she accidentally fired the wrong weapon. She wanted to use the taser. She said, taser, 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 but had the handgun in her hand and then shot Dante Wright one time there in the chest, and that would be ultimately the end of his life right here. But we are now looking at the shot of inside of the courtroom. We were on verdict watch really for the last 4 days here, just not knowing at any moment or at any time when a verdict or potentially if a verdict couldn't be reached. That was always a situation, too, where if a verdict couldn't be reached, then you would have a hung jury, and it would have to result in a mistrial. And then obviously prosecution would want to try that again, but that is not going to have to be the case. They are going to read it out. She is charged with 2 different charges of manslaughter. But right now, we wait for this moment here and continue to give you the updates all in real time, everybody, as it's happening. Paul Bloom putting that out there just moments ago that a verdict has been reached. It's going to be happening now at 1:30 local time there, so 2:30 out on the East Coast. He just tweeted as well, official bulletin from the courthouse. A trial outcome has been reached, and we will read on the record today between 1:30 and 2 o'clock p.m. Central. I note trial outcome in their wording, whatever decision jury has deliberated 26 plus hours over the last 4 days. So they have been really trying to work at this, and it'll be interesting to see if we ever find out just what the breakdown was with this jury and what were some of the sticking points during this trial for them that they had some issues with and maybe wanted to discuss further. Obviously 26 hours, very long time over the last 4 days to be discussing this, and we continue to wait now for that moment. So we are about a little over 90 minutes away here, and we will be bringing it to you when that happens right here on Live Now from Fox. You know, we tried our best to give you gavel-to-gavel coverage as it was happening. We're showing you both Kim Potter on the stand as well as the cross-examination that got a lot of buzz there as well. But right now, I do want to bring in Fox 9's coverage. We'll bring that in for you right now as they are kind of giving the prep work. Oh, we do have, looks like, before we go to that, before I go to Fox 9 in Minneapolis's coverage, I do have Ben Taylor, our attorney there. Ben Taylor, legal analyst, always breaking it down for us. So let's go to him right here on Live Now from Fox. Ben, thanks so much for joining us here. Well, right before Christmas, we have a verdict.
Yeah, yes, Mike. Right before Christmas, we had a verdict. It's not surprising. We figure that these jurors want to go home. They want to, enjoy their holiday dinner and everything and open up gifts. So, like a lot of trials we've seen over the couple of months and over the years, Mike, jurors want to get done. I doubt they really want to come back. I'm sure a lot of them have holiday plans. So this was very common to see a verdict right before the holidays start.
And let's talk about it too, Ben, because a couple days ago, the jury had a note back to the judge saying, all right, how much longer do you think we would have to go if we really can't come up with a decision? And so that was a lot of people were saying, okay, are they getting close to maybe a hung jury already?
Yes, a lot of people thought that it was going to be a hung jury because when the jury reaches out to the judge and says, hey, judge, we're not made up our minds yet, that gives you an indication that either they're saying not guilty, they're saying guilty, and it tells you that there's people in that jury room who are undecided and they're split. So anytime the jury reaches out to the judge and says, judge, we're not sure what to do, we have people who are guilty, not guilty, undecided, they are signaling to the judge that it could be a hung jury. So even now, we don't know. We won't know until the judge reads the verdict and the courtroom clerk reads the verdict. So we won't know until they walk in what their decision has made. But it sounds like there is some sort of verdict, and we will find out in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we will definitely be waiting for that results there. And now, either way this happens, whatever comes down with this verdict, will the opposite side, whoever it doesn't go in favor of, will they have a reason to be upset going, because they could say, hey, they were backed right into this Christmas holiday. It looks obvious that the jurors just wanted to get out before going on Christmas holiday break.
That, of course, can be an appealable issue, saying that the jurors wanted to, leave early. However, the jurors have been in there for the past 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, here we are Thursday. So, 3.5 days, they've been pretty much deliberating, going over the evidence. So, of course, that could be an argument for either side if they don't win the case. But usually for the Court of Appeals, that won't be a likelihood for overturning the case because of the holiday season. The judge, the prosecutor, and the defense both knew.
All right, and now let's let's also, we are hearing that it's going to be at 2:30 Eastern, the verdict will be reached here. So we have a little over an hour right now. Ben, let's just go over the two charges that are against her in the manslaughter and what that could mean for her if she is convicted on any of those.
So basically, one of the first charges is the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt reckless. Was Kim Potter reckless in handling her weapon? If she's convicted of that, she's looking up to a maximum of 15 years in prison. Another count that the prosecutor has brought is what you call a negligence count. A negligence count is that she made a mistake, she mishandled the weapon, she didn't know that the gun was a taser, she thought she grabbed a taser, but she had a gun. That could be a negligence count. And up to there, she's looking up to almost 10 years in prison. So this is a lot of time. If she's convicted of the reckless count or the negligence count, she's going to prison for sure, unless there's an appealable issue. Of course, if she's found not guilty, Kim Potter gets to walk out the courthouse a free woman if she's found not guilty. But yes, these are counts that, as we saw throughout the trial, the prosecutor whole argument was that she's an officer that should have known better. She should have known the difference between a gun versus a taser, and it was reckless or it was negligence, so she's guilty. The other side of the fence, their argument was she is, of course, a long-term officer. She's been doing this forever. However, this was a mistake. She doesn't have that many things on her record. She's a great officer. She has a proven record, and this was a mistake, and you can't punish her and send her to prison for making a simple mistake. So those are the two arguments right there, and it's going to be interesting to see what the jury's going to come back, because this is a high-profile case. A lot of stakes are on the line, and that's why you've seen these jurors taking their full days of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, now Thursday to decide, because they know for the first count, 15 years, and for the second count, up to 10 years of prison if Kim Potter is found guilty.
Absolutely. And we continue to talk right now with legal analyst Ben Taylor, who joins us here on Live Now from Fox. Now, Ben, let's talk about when Kim Potter was on the stand and she had those moments where she was breaking down. As you can tell through her testimony that while she was describing what happened, it was almost like she was going back to the actual time back there in April of this year when this back in April when that happened. Let's talk a little bit more about when she was on the stand and having those breakdown moments in front of the jury. Does it show the jury that, hey, this looked really like she had an accident, or did that really help her drive that part home?
I mean, the jurors want to hear from the main person, and that is Kim Potter in this case. So Kim Potter is the main person in this case. So when she's on the stand, Mike, and she's crying and she's emotional, that can show the jurors that she really thought it was a mistake, that she really thought that her gun was a taser. So that could be a great impact on the jurors' decisions. I'm sure when they went back in the jury room, I'm sure you had some jurors talking about that did she seem remorseful? Did she seem like it was an honest mistake? Was it something that anybody could have done? Was it a reasonable officer? So her testimony was key. All eyes were on her at the time, and some jurors could believe her, but some jurors can also say, hey, I don't believe her. I thought that those tears were fake. I thought that she was highly emotional, but they weren't really real tears. So that's what makes trials very unique. Jurors have their own personalities. They have their own ways of thinking. And you never know what 12 people in that room are thinking when Kim Potter took the stand and was crying on the stand.
Absolutely. And Ben, do you also think that the jury, that they were able to handle not only the handgun, but handle also the taser and feel that difference in weight? Do you think that's ultimately that having that part there for them really made a decision for them either way?
Yes. The other day, the jurors asked the judge, can they take the actual gun out of the weapons bag? So during trials, the tasers, guns, they're sealed up to protect members of the jury and the public. But when the jurors ask the judge, we want to feel the weapon, we want to feel the gun, we want to see it, we want to analyze it. That's telling you that they want to analyze it. They want to see, can Kim Potter or could a reasonable person really, feel that a taser and a gun is different? And that's what they asked the judge. So that right there is a key element in this case, the fact that they're analyzing, they're filling the evidence. Another key element is not only the gun and the taser, is the video. This was on body cam video. So you know for a fact that these jurors were replaying that body camera video, filling the evidence of the gun and the taser, seeing that and seeing what Kim Potter sounded like, what she looked like in her reactions. I'm sure they were playing it in fast motion and even slowing it down too, so that way they can see in real time what Kim Potter was going through her mind. Plus, with the victim who was shot here, Dante Wright, what was going through his head and his mind during this time too.
Very good point there, Ben. For our viewers maybe just joining us, let's show them what these charges against Kim Potter are. You got manslaughter 1 there, reckless use of handling of a firearm. Then you got manslaughter 2, caused the death by culpable negligence and creating an unreasonable risk while using a firearm. Now, Ben, where do you think, that we went 4 days here in these deliberations? As a legal analyst, where do you think maybe the jury was having some problems with these charges? Was it 1 or 2?
I mean, it could be all of them. I mean, legal jury instructions are very confusing. Even for lawyers and judges, it's confusing. And you saw that attorneys, they were trying to get the right language and the right wording and everything. But the main thing here is the negligence part. That's the second count of manslaughter. That's something as being just negligent to being an accident, being just careless. That's what kind of negligence is. So I can see the jurors having a hard time finding her saying, was she negligent or was it just a mistake and not guilty? So I'm assuming that a lot of the jurors, they're smart. They know the law. They know that these counts could definitely send her to prison. So what are the jurors thinking? Are they wanting to send her to prison over a lower count? Are they saying not guilty on everything because it's a mistake? So the legal aspects of it is very confusing, as you see for count one, recklessness. I mean, recklessness could be just going wild, not handling the gun correctly, or negligence, meaning that you just made a mistake. So they're arguing over the language. They're looking at the language of the jury instructions. They're looking at the video, and they compare the language of the jury instructions to the video, to the evidence they heard of all the witnesses, and that's how the jurors are coming to the decision today. And what we will find out in a few minutes of guilty, not guilty, or maybe even a hung jury if that's the case.
Yeah, so everyone is looking forward to this here. The trial coming down to this moment right now, coming up at 2:30 Eastern. We appreciate everyone continuing to join with us here live on Live Now from Fox. And Ben, I just have to ask one last question to you before we kick out the coverage to Fox 9 Minneapolis as well. Given this climate that we were in, let's go back to April when the trial for Derek Chauvin was going on. And then we had the moment here where Kim Potter shot Dante Wright, and then immediately after saying, oh my God, I'm going to prison. Did she say that because you feel like the type of situation and climate that police officers were in back and still really are today?
Yes, I mean, police officers have a lot of pressure, and they have a lot of pressure to get it right. After we saw earlier this year in the Derek Chauvin trial of the killing of George Floyd, Derek Chauvin went to prison. And during this time frame of Derek Chauvin's trial, this shooting and killing of Dante Wright with Kim Potter as the officer at the time happened during the same time as the trial. So I'm sure going through her head, she was scared, she was nervous, and that's why he heard her emotions saying, I'm going to prison, I'm going to prison. Ultimately, her trial and the facts of her trial will be tried in front of this jury, and this jury can't take into the fact what the community is doing, what any type of marches, whatever other trials are going on. They're supposed to judge this case only from what they heard in the trial, the videos that they saw, the evidence they saw, and they're supposed to judge Kim Potter only based upon what they heard, and not any other trials out there, not the Derek Chauvin trial, nothing else but her own trial. So, but naturally, jurors are human beings. They're in Minnesota, the same state where George Floyd was killed and murdered by Derek Chauvin. But Kim Potter's case has to be separated, and those jurors have to understand that they need to focus only on the facts and evidence and no other extraneous activities. And we will see in a few moments, after another hour or so, what they decide based upon the evidence here in this case, solely based upon Kim Potter's case in the video and Dante Wright's case.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch there. Legal analyst Ben Taylor, thank you so much for your insight. We hope to talk to you a little bit later after we hear more of these details with the verdict. Ben, thank you as always.
All right, thank you, Michael.
And we're going to continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, let's go out to our coverage, Fox 9 in Minneapolis, as they continue to talk about the breakdown here with the different Potter